start the microphone? Thank you very much.
My daughter was, and they don't know where she is right now. She's been missing since April 1st, and usually if somebody's been missing that long, the outcome is not usually good. But today I'm going to offer prayers and the song for people like Happy, as well as others out there who are still missing, as well as for the family members who want answers for this, for their missing and loved ones. That's about all we can do sometimes, is just pray. When it's hardest, that's best to do. So today we're going to pray for people like Happy and others who are missing, and others, unfortunately, who will go missing as well. It hasn't stopped. It's not going to stop. It will happen again over and over. But it's a support that we offer each other today that will get us through the hardest times when we are faced with it. You can stand if you want. I just want to thank people when we went through our hard time. I want to thank the community as well too, because this is where we celebrated the final night with my daughter, celebrated her life, was in this gym. I want to thank people like Prince Albert Grand Council, as well as the support that the community offered during that time. It was a hard time, but without the support, it would have been even harder. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for for the help when we needed it. And I want to be able to offer that help to others when they need it as well. Masicho.
Thank you very much for those words and that beautiful, beautiful song. Before we get to opening remarks, I just wanted to make a few comments about the day. We have the agenda at the registration desk in the back over there. And after our opening remarks, we actually have an update from the National Inquiry, as well as an update from Myrna LaPlante, who has been chosen as the family representative for Saskatchewan with the National Inquiry. Now, what we have done is actually move them to the afternoon. And so after our opening remarks, what we'll do is have our grief and trauma presentation by Violet Natauhau. Without further ado, I'll be asking Grand Chief Ron Michel if he could come up and say a few words.
These one-step stairs are getting harder and harder for me to get up here. But, thank you very much, Tinigi, Rich Joe. Thank you, Erica, for introducing me here today. To my colleague, Chief Cameron, thank you for being here with us, and also Shirley, our chair of the Women's Commission. Shirley, as you know, is the chair of the Women's Commission, and I'm also the portfolio for the Women's Commission, and it drives me hard to move on some of the Women's Commission issues, and I thank you for that to the Women's Commission and also to Shirley. Troy, a long-time friend of ours here in Prince Albert. Thank you for being here, Troy. Chief Cooper. And also Staff Sergeant Ray Chamberlain for being here. And again, Erica, thank you for chairing this event. And also the two senators that are here with me, the senators from the Prince Albert Grand Council, Senator Cook and also Senator Anderson, and the elders that are here, and all of our people that are here. Certainly nice to be here in this fine morning. A little chilly this morning, but all of us are here for such an important event, Family Support Day. Thank you for the opening prayer. Thank you very much to the elder that said the opening prayer. Very nice to open the prayer, and also the drum. Thank you very much. I'm here in the podium here using my headdress, you know, to show support of what's been happening in terms of some of the grief that our people have when they lose their loved ones. Of course, all of us in this gym have lost a loved one, and we still think about it, and we still grieve. of our loved ones, and especially to our parents that have left us, and and all the family, our relatives. Laasan oiskan utsuta kapimaa sekuntuik. Kapimaa moopiuta. Mamtunidama waagitut nimino waagipinagatuaa. Mamtunidama waamina. Tansiagis nagatuaa michitkuiska kinagatuunoak. Igagatawaisi nagatuaa. Mamichitmina kinagatuunoak haussuinutse. Kittiagoiskitatu. Kitatti nagatuunoogega. Kokonani puutega. Taguskupalliak. Luovat jo saamiat, että oskip mats. Itse tuois oskip matsaga nuts. The Prince Albert Grand Council humutagissanaga baditsaga tat nissapa ika uniganioga oitat skimagitsa kumagana. Luuja, että miitsititsega oskip matsaga uedumstee kiigoe iwan haigutsega. Suutstupu kiigoita kogi paskittiin moogitsega. Utisenigan tapatsiigutsega istaati, että kiitteivitogi, että uppikiavasatogi. Kun ne puhutstuutta kogi antuutta kogi suitsegitsega vanut. Lumitsikga kauaniagitsega, että nimenomaan Ademan nawa. Stegois nopatin ma muintuin, vitsituin japatak. Apatan koiske onema. Kiam, siis, että taajemiat, kitseedaset no. Vaskitnat. Minun töitä muotissakin vadona eikä hän tuttavat. Just on some of the things that I said in my language, which I hold dearly as a Woodland Cree. I hold dearly my language, and I speak many times with my language when I go to the podium. But what I said is that there's a lot of things happening. The turn of the century was just like turning something. Our young people, just the Grand Council alone of 40,000 people, 40,000 plus. 70% of that is from the ages of newborn to 25 years old. A very young population, and a lot of the things that are happening that are reaching our communities in the north and some of our communities around Prince Albert is some of the things that are happening in terms of alcohol and drugs, suicides and so on and so forth. A lot of that is happening, and with people, the organizations that are hosting it, the Women's Commission and the Regina Treaty Status Indian Services, it's good to have these and attract some of our people from the communities, our reserves, to come to these, because we do need a lot of help. As I said, a very young population, and but we also have seen a very, very heavy populated community, the community of Prince Albert, the community of Saskatoon, all these urban areas, big cities that our people are moving in. And a lot of them are missing. Some of our young people are missing, especially the young girls that have been missing. And it's really, really hard on the family when you, as our drummer Alan Adams stated, it really takes a toll on the family day and night when you search for missing girls and so on. So I applaud what you guys are doing here. I give you a 10 out of 10, for putting this for putting this up and continue. And we will support to continue doing these as leadership. Personally, as myself, I just turned 65, and I've lost brothers. I've lost brothers through alcohol and drugs, and also suicide. And we still, as a whole, we still think of them. I still think of them. I call my siblings that are alive, my sisters especially, to call on feast and to remember mom and dad, to remember our sisters and our brothers, just to think about them, that they are still with us, they are still within our hearts. And although sometimes I joke at them, I said, if they were still around, we would have been one big happy family. But things happen the course of our lives, and sometimes we have to think about that we're not the bosses of our lives. The guy upstairs, knows when to take us away from this earth. And and that happens. A lot of our young people don't know that. A lot of our young people are losing the parenthood that we had here, that we had as a family. When through hard times, mom and dad took care of us. We lived on, nothing to brag about, but we were happy being together, growing up on the reserve. But, things have changed. We have to look for something that our children, our grandchildren, our chapans, and the ones that are not born yet, to look forward to. And one of the things that has been really heavy on the Grand Council is moving forward with education, moving forward with economic development, working forward, and realizing and not forgetting how we got here, from our moms and dads, from our grandfathers, grandmothers, all those that took it very hard in the last 150 years, since government took over. And we weren't treated right from day one. And we're still not treated right, but it's a little better. A lot of our people are going to school now. A lot of our young people are going to school, graduating and doing things for themselves, but it's still not enough. But we keep pounding the table, and hopefully things will turn around. But, just some of the things that I wanted to point out here today. As a leader, as being in leadership for the last 40 years, I've seen some bad times, I've seen some good times, and I've seen some laughter, I've seen some grief. I've seen it all. And, just yesterday we sent home my auntie, who was a teacher for 33 years. And, but those things happen. But I'm very glad to see, hopefully the next time this gym will be full, to hug each other, to say hi and so on. we're very patient people, but sometimes I wonder how patient the young ones will be in growing up, because they're full of anger right now. They're full of things that our young people are seeing. But overall, again, I thank you, bottom of my heart, and on behalf of Vice Chief Tasani, Vice Chief Job, our senators that are with us in the executive, but also the 12 First Nations that we serve, the Dene, the Woodland Cree, the Swampy Cree, the Plains Cree Dakota, 40,000 plus, and we do have, I'm very proud of the organization to do some of the things. I was just talking to one of the elders this morning, and I said, dreaming is not impossible. Dreaming is something that you see will be good for our people. I've dreamt for a hospital for our First Nations. I dream of a new university, a northern campus in Prince Albert for our people, but yet they fall on deaf ears, the governments. But being patient, resilient, and so on, and being progressive, we still have to, because that's our right to education and our right to health. That's a treaty right that was built for us by our forefathers, and we have to continue to argue on that. No disrespect to the non-Indigenous peoples that are here, but I strongly believe we don't live on taxpayers' money. We live on the land that was taken away from us. They're paying for the land that they took away from us. And I will live with that all the time, because that's the truth. We were here, we're still here, and our people will be here in the future. Thank you. Cho, Washte, and God bless you all, and have a good day.
Thank you, Grand Chief, for those wonderful words. Next, I'd like to call on Chief Bobby Cameron from the FSIN.
Oh man, good morning. I just made a funny joke to our Grand Chief there. I said, geez, I thought you were retiring. Nokum, I want to thank you for the prayer. To our Nokum who said the prayer this morning, thank you. Skoak, thank you all for being here. To our PA City Police for being here. Shirley and Erica for putting this on. Pretty awesome, To our senators, thank you all for being here. It's a good crowd. It doesn't matter if there's 1,000 or if there's 100, because we're here for one reason: to support one another on this healing journey, on this missing, murdered Indigenous women's inquiry. Our position at the FSIN has been consistent. Families first, Kiawao. Families first, that have to speak to the people that are putting together this missing, murdered Indigenous women's inquiry. The voices and the direction has to come from families, and will continue to say that until it happens. Grand Chief Ron and the executive, thank you as well. I want to acknowledge Anita Peranto and Charlene Head, our senators in the crowd, one of our mayors from the north, and acknowledge you, for being here. To our Kokums that are here, Al and Adam, thank you for that song, because we're all still healing. We're all still healing for one reason or another. We pray for the family of Happy Charles, who's been missing since April. 12 days now. 12 days now she's been missing, and the family is coming here to the city of PA to come and look for her and search for her. We need everybody's help. We need the PA City Police's help. Can you imagine one of your Nosamak, one of your children being missing? Holy man. The feeling of being lost and the feeling of not being there for your little one. It's just, it's heartbreaking. So we pray for the family that they find this young lady. We'll do the best we can. Acknowledge former Chief Ian Mackay for being here as well. Our Women's Secretariat, Kayla Raw. We're here to support and we're here to heal. Nistanan, at the FSIN, we're still healing. We're still healing, but we've also taken the initiative. We've taken the initiative as an FSIN executive to begin taking random alcohol and drug tests to show to our youth, our young men and women, that it can happen. We can live a sober life. And in my family, we're still missing a loved one. His name is Travis Jim. Went missing from North Battleford area. It's been 13 years. We don't know where he is. His mom is still searching for him. We've been searching for him, still praying to God that he'll come home to us in Wichikin. But he also lived that lifestyle, alcohol and drug lifestyle. They risk, that's the risk our young men and women take when they start taking alcohol and drugs. That's the risky lifestyle. So it begins with that message too, alcohol and drug-free life. It begins with love and nurturing from our homes. It begins with reaching out and reminding and ensuring and encouraging these young men and women that they're loved, that they're valued. It encompasses all different angles, Magamantik, to save our youth, to save our men and women. Sometimes it just takes a handshake and a good morning for someone to feel good about themselves. That they're not alone in this world. Because I've been there. We've been there, Even now, as FSIN chief, sometimes I still feel like that. I'm alone, So thank you to the organizers. The Women's Commission, a very important event. To the family of Happy Charles, we pray for her safety and her coming home. This inquiry that's happening here across Canada, families first, their voices first. On behalf of our FSIN executive and our vice chiefs, Kim Jonathan, Heather Bear, Bob Marasti, and Lutz Raw, all send their best wishes here today. To the families, healing together. Healing together. Despite what goes on in our families and in our communities, healing. Healing, think about that when you're at home tonight in your bed, in your hotel rooms. Healing, what does that mean? It means talking about your stories, talking about how you feel and what's going to make you feel good and heal. Healing together in Agumantic. Thank you. 74 First Nations, our Senate and institutions. We'll do anything we can. Just tell us what to do. You guys are the bosses, not us. Hi.
Thank you, Chief Cameron. Vice Chief, all of a sudden I have an accent, Vice Chief Jonathan is unable to make it, and she sends her regrets. Next, I'd like to call up a dear friend of mine, Shirley Henderson. She's the chair of the PAGC Women's Commission, which you all know.
Good morning. First of all, we'd like to thank Bella Beatty for doing the opening prayer for us, and Alan Adam for doing the wonderful drum song. We'd like to thank the elders that are with us here today, the senators, Grand Chief, Chief Bobby Cameron. He was texting me late last night assuring me that he would be in attendance today, and I thank him for that. To the guests and families, the RCMP, City Police, Chief Troy Cooper, the Women's Commission members that are here today, the support staff, and we have an Aboriginal Resource Officer, Julie Natauho from the PA City Police. You'll have to bear with me. I'm trying to get over a cold. The Women's Commission would like to especially thank Erica Bowden from Regina Status Indian Services and FHQ for the support in co-hosting this conference today. The Women's Commission recognizes that most of our communities have been impacted by the disappearance of a loved one, be it a mother, a sister, a daughter, or a friend, and that violence against Indigenous women and girls have had an impact on the entire community. June 29th, we're hosting our 13th annual Brothers and Sisters Memorial Walk. We have had as many as 300 participate in our walk. Today we will have an update from the National Inquiry. The Commission would like to thank Nancy McMahon, our family violence worker, and Tina Pelche for helping organize today's event. We would like to thank all the health staff that are being with us today and the donations that we have received. Prince Albert Grand Council Engineering, who helped set up the gym yesterday. The Women's Commission that are here will be coming up shortly to present gifts to our speakers. And we'd like to thank you for participating with us today. Please, if you need anything, let one of us know. Our Women's Commission members are sitting right there. If I could ask them to stand up. We have Anita Peranto from Sturgeon Lake, Charlene Head from Red Earth, Bella Dumay from South End, Debbie McLean from James Smith, and Pearl Doris Morin from LaRange. Thank you, and let's participate well today. Thank you.
The stairs coming up here are quite dangerous, so when the rest of the people come up to speak, please watch them. Next, I would like to call upon Troy Cooper, Police Chief, City of Prince Albert. I've known Troy for about 10 years now, back when he was the Deputy Chief, and we met each other actually at an Amnesty International meeting. I think it was Winnipeg. It was actually on the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women. So I feel when I come up here and I heard that Troy was now the police chief, I felt confident that Prince Albert had a police chief who was aware of the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and I commend the police department here or the Board of Commissioners for bringing someone like Troy on. So welcome, Troy.
Thank you very much, Erica. I was sitting beside the elder from the police service, and she reminded me today the first thing I should do is be thankful for the Creator for allowing me to be here today. And for us to gather in such a meaningful way, and to also thank the people in the community who have been able to teach me all the things, and I'm certainly still learning, but I'm very grateful for that. I want to thank Nancy McMahon. I know she's alone often. She's a very limited resource for the domestic violence issues in our communities, and I know she has a heavy load. I want to thank her, Shirley Henderson, and all the other PAGC Women's Commission members that are here for the work that they do today, and for the work that they've done over the last number of years that I've been involved with you. I want to thank you, and of course welcome my friend Erica back to our community. I've heard her speak here a number of times on this issue, and I know that the work that she's given to the cause of grieving families has been carried over from different positions, and it's something she's passionate about, and she's a very powerful lady. We're lucky to have her here in our community today. I also want to acknowledge the leaders that are present. Rick, my friend from Green Lake, the mayor, the senators that are here, the elders that are here, the people that care about the community in the way that I do. I would like to acknowledge and thank them for being here. I also want to thank the PAGC leadership, the Grand Chief Michelle, and the FSIN leadership, Chief Cameron, and I know Vice Chief Kim Jonathan was going to be here today, and I do expect that at any moment she'll burst through the doors with the energy she has and the passion and come wheeling in and grab the mic and take over. So that could happen yet. You never know, knowing Kim. They have provided us a stable support, and I think that's important, consistent support, because 2016 and 2017 have not been easy for First Nations in Saskatchewan, not at all. And I'm comforted, and I know you all are comforted by their strong leadership. And when I heard the Grand Chief today speak in his own language, and I heard Bobby Cameron too, I'm always jealous. I'm jealous that I've tried to learn Cree, I've tried to study the language a little bit, and I'll never get old enough to actually be able to speak it properly, I know. But I'm jealous because when they speak, people listen. When they speak in Cree, people listen very intently. And I know that so much is lost in translation to English. And I would just wish that I could understand in English what they were saying, what they're providing us for advice, and maybe someday. But Bobby, when you're speaking, and you said two words that I know, Esquioc, and I know that because that's the leaders that I see in this room, the people that make a difference around this issue for sure, the women. And you said Nusumuk, and you asked about our own, and what would we do if they're missing? And my 3 beautiful granddaughters are from Takup First Nation. And so when I think about them, I know that their reality has to be different. It has to be different than the reality that they're facing today. And I think that's on us. That's our responsibility. The issue of missing and murdered First Nations, Indigenous women came to my attention back in the 90s, late 90s. I was working in a drug section in Prince Albert, and with the RCMP, and there was a big poster on the wall and had a whole bunch of women's pictures all on the same poster. And we always have posters, and it's a missing or it's a wanted. It's always one person, but this one had a whole bunch of women. And I remember looking at it and wondering what was it that they shared? Why were they all on the same poster? What linked those women? And it wasn't until later that I found out what linked them was the fact that they had no voice. They had no voice because of their gender, their social status, or even their race. They were linked by violence. And far, far worse than that, they were linked by indifference. And I think it's been pointed out that indifference is what leads to injustice. It's more damaging than violence. Not caring is far more damaging than violence because it infects others and it lasts for generations. And I believe above all else, the most important thing we can do is to acknowledge this issue. The systematic and systemic bias against Indigenous women and girls, it's real. This morning as I was coming in, I took a phone call from a First Nation leader about another case. It's real. And we've made some strides to improve policing, at least, and other parts of the system when it comes to an appropriate response. And I'm glad that we see improvements, because if we can't make positive impact here, if we can't make positive change in an Indigenous community, then I think we're lost. So I think Prince Albert and Saskatchewan is the places where change is going to begin, and I think it's important for us to realize that we need to be the ones making those changes. For policing, among other things that we're worked with our partners to develop domestic violence strategies where follow-up is provided after the fact. We've started to recognize that survival sex trade workers are actually victims, and the men who prey on them should be the focus of our criminal investigations. We've got provincially funded officers dedicated to high-risk missing persons cases. We've got common investigation protocol for every serious case. It's the type of crime that determines how we investigate, not the type of victim. And we have provincial policy now that provides consistent approach on how we investigate missing persons cases. And through our victim services, and we have one here today, we have many here today from victim services, we have recruited family liaisons to work with and assist families who are struggling with the impact of this sorts of crimes. And I'm proud of these improvements, but we have a ways to go. I was approached by a mother one time at a march at the Friendship Center, and she was the mother of a missing girl. And she said, "What are you doing to find my daughter?" She caught me as I was leaving, and I was in an awkward situation. I'd just given a speech, and she wouldn't let me leave. And I was trying to get past her on the stair. "What are you doing to find my daughter?" And so I went through all those things I just described, all these big changes we're making, and I was so proud of myself of what we're doing. And she goes, "But what else?" Because, you know, if your daughter's missing, if your loved one's missing, there's no enough. Can't say they're doing enough. And I understood that very clearly, that she expected us to do everything, absolutely everything, and to realize while we were doing it that it wasn't going to be enough. It's never enough until justice is served or until your loved one is found. And I'm glad to see that the inquiry and the people involved in the inquiry are listening to the experience of family members. I think that was really critical and maybe missing in previous views of the issue. Because just looking at data, numbers is not enough. The women and families who are affected by this are not numbers. You know, we know them. There are community members, there are sisters, there are daughters and our mothers and grandmothers, not statistics. These are women and girls who may have been victimized once by an offender, but they also were victimized a second time by a systemic issue that led to it. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I do. I want to thank the PAGC and the FSIN and the inquiry staff for their work. And their work is heavy, and maybe we can, in our prayers, when we think about what we're grateful for, maybe we can think of the leadership in the First Nation and Métis communities here, because this is a heavy load. They carry a very heavy load. I think it's certainly time for action. And I think our direction will be clear once we've listened to those most affected, which are the families here today. So thank you, Tenegay Marcy Chu.
Next, I'd like to call upon a gentleman that I just actually met this morning, Staff Sergeant Murray Chamberlain, who's with the RCMP. He's out of the Regina office, and I was teasing him because I never met him before, and so he doesn't know much about me. And I said when he gets up here, I'm going to rake him over the coals and ask him what he has done. And I didn't want any BS, just what he has done, so he might be a little bit scared to come up here, but please have a warm welcome for Staff Sergeant Chamberlain.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Chief Michelle, Chief Cameron, Shirley, and the PA Women's Commission, I thank you for the opportunity to speak here this morning. As Erica said, I am not a gifted public speaker, unlike some of the people ahead of me, so you'll have to bear with me a little bit. But my role is I run the Major Crimes Unit in Regina. So I have the Major Crimes Unit, which is new homicide investigations, and the Historical Case Unit, which of course investigates long-term missing and murdered files, which includes obviously our First Nations. I've been asked to spend a few minutes this morning speaking about missing persons investigations and the RCMP approach to them, how we're handling them. Over the past few years, as some of the speakers ahead of me mentioned, we have gotten better, we have improved, and we have changed a lot of things in how we're doing things, both in how we handle files and how we work within our communities to try to prevent these tragedies in the first place. According to the Sask Association Chiefs of Police website, there are currently 34 long-term missing females in the province of Saskatchewan. Of those, 21 are from RCMP jurisdiction, 8 from the south, 11 from the northern portion of the province. Of those 21, 12 of these females are of First Nations descent. So the bottom line is, what are we trying to do about this? What are we trying to do to help? Currently, there's a bunch of RCMP programs in effect. I spent some time with our community policing and our Aboriginal policing offices to see what we're doing in the north. What are we doing to help? They've talked about things like the Embracing Life Committee, Community Safety Plan in Mistawassus, Aboriginal Shield and Seeing Oneself's programs, the Diane Red Sky presentations, prevention of exploitation of Indigenous women. Those have been held in La Loche, La Ronge, Stanley Mission, and there's more planned for the north. The community policing officers in La Loche, Family Violence Prevention Initiative in Deschambault Lake, and further to that, as Chief Cooper mentioned, protocols and policies for how we handle these types of investigations, and those new protocols for the RCMP were completed in consultation with the FSIN. When someone does go missing, that's where my office gets involved. The initial response is obviously detachment members. They get reported in their community. But those files aren't just held in the community anymore. We have a missing person coordinator who works out of my office that is responsible for all those files in the province. That position was created in 2012 and was originally a part-time retired police officer that came in and helped out a little bit. In 2016, that position was formalized and is now a full-time corporal from the RCMP. And currently that position is held by Brennan Stanford. And Brennan's job is oversight and support of every missing persons investigation in RCMP jurisdiction in the province. So he comes to work every morning, he goes on our computer system and he looks for missing person files. When he finds them, he reviews the files, he goes through the investigation, and he provides support and guidance to the investigators throughout that process to make sure that we are handling them consistently and according to policy, and that every file is taken seriously. When those files become a long-term missing person, then they move over and they get handled by the historical case unit, or if they're deemed suspicious, by the major crimes unit. Those units are located in Regina and Saskatoon, and we cover the entire province. As many of you know, and I know some of the families are here today, for every one of these investigations, they are incredibly difficult. They are long and painstaking, and we can never do enough to make the families happy, and I understand that. For every success we have, such as Jeanette Chief out of the Onion Lake Lloydminster area, there are thousands of hours that go into a file and chasing leads that sometimes go nowhere, and families that are frustrated, and we understand that. So today, all I can do here is promise you that we do care. We are taking these files seriously, and we will never give up, so please don't give up on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Staff Sergeant Chamberlain. I have been put on the agenda as someone to give opening remarks. You'll be hearing from me all day, but Shirley had asked me to give a bit of background about how we've gotten to this point. And, well, I guess when I was reflecting last night when we were here setting up, was that, like our elders have told us, nothing is always all bad or all negative or all positive. And we've been working with my partner, Patty. Where's Patty? Maybe. Oh, Patty, stand up. Patty Schuster, she's from Muskowekwan First Nation down from Touchwood Agency. And we've been working on this issue since 2004 when Tamara Keepness went missing out of the city of Regina. And at that time, both Patty and I were working at the FSIN. And I was out of Regina and Patty was in Saskatoon at the time, and we went down, and there's an exhaustive search that occurred in Regina, the first of its kind, for approximately 3 months. And that was the first time in my experience that everybody worked together. We had some incredible support from the north. We had the Lac La Ronge Indian Band as well as the Montreal Lake Cree Nation search teams who came down to Regina and helped us search not only in the urban setting, but also with all the communities around Regina, all of our nations. And that's when we really got to know each other. And unfortunately, Tamara still to this day is missing. We have hope that one day we will welcome her home in whichever form that may be. We will never lose hope. But in that time where this, you know, they always say the North and the South, they have some, I don't want to say some issues. Oh, by the way, you guys have the loudest, most powerful toilets that I've ever heard in my life. And I think they're going to get caught up by the live stream. But at that time, when Lac La Ronge and Montreal Lake came down, there wasn't a lot of partnerships between the South and the North. And it was that little girl, Tamara, that brought us together and forged not only partnership, but also a feeling of family and kin that exists to this day. Nothing brings people together than, you know, doing some person's socks that I don't even know or didn't know a week ago in my laundry that night, and being there and cooking him or her breakfast at 6 o'clock the next morning. You have some pretty amazing people. I'm sure you're all amazing. I'm talking about the personal experience and the professional experience I've had with both the Lac La Ronge and Montreal Lake Band in terms of the searchers that came down and helped us. Long after the police gave up because they said they exhausted the search effort that they were able to conduct under their policies, both Lac La Ronge and especially Montreal Lake came down when the family requested, and the family had heard new information. And it was really at that point that we had discovered that there needs to be in this province, most likely national, that we need to have not only the police do their work, but also we needed capacity within our First Nations to conduct searches in the ways that we need searches to be conducted, with the cultural respect, the spiritual respect, the respect for the families, the respect for the external members. And that we understood that the police were very bound by what they were doing, but that didn't necessarily mean that we needed to be bound by those. We needed to still work in partnership, but we needed to do what we needed to do. And there was a lot that we did after the police had gone, and that's when I met, you know, Shirley and Alice, and, you know, we had a lot of fun around the kitchen, but we also had a lot of, I shouldn't say fun as in, because you always try to think of the good times even when you're there for a very serious reason. And especially with who I call now my Montreal Lake family, who actually taught me, you know, a city kid, how to search in rural areas. That was pretty amazing. So to this day, we still have a very strong relationship. I consider family. We came up actually at Christmas time. It was a very sad time for us because one of the searchers that did an incredible job with us had unexpectedly passed away, and that was Richie Bird. And we were very sad to have that happen. To hear that it happened, but that is a little bit of a legacy of how we've brought forward and how we still, once we've been in those situations, we still consider family. That year, between 2004 and 2005 in the South, we had 3 women, Indigenous women, 2 women and 1 child go missing, that being Tamara Keepness, and we had Melanie Geddes from the George Gordon First Nation, and Amber Redmond from the Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation go missing. Now, since then, both Mel and Amber have been discovered deceased. There have been people who have been charged and convicted in the death of Amber. Melanie's case went from missing to murdered, and there is still no justice as to who killed Melanie. And we're, like I said, we're still holding out hope that we're going to have Tamara come and that we're going to find her one day. Now, what came at that point? At the time we had an NDP government, and I don't go along the political lines, but we still sit, Patty and I still sit on the Provincial Partnership Committee for Missing Persons, which is now in its 11th year. And we were talking about what we wanted to do in recognition of how this committee, this provincial committee that has partners from all over Saskatchewan to sit on it, how we can talk about how it first happened. And I would like to share a little story about how it first came about, because I was honored and privileged to be there. And it's not very well known. We had the 2 women and the child go missing, and it looked like it was foul play, because I'm sure that, especially being from the north, there is people who go missing due to foul play, but there's a lot of people who go missing due to environmental issues or whatever the case may be, especially up in the north. And but what we had found down in the south, that we, in that 1-year period, had 3 people go missing, and 2 of them were found deceased. And what was the province doing? What was the city police doing? What was the RCMP doing? And it's not that they weren't doing a whole lot, it's just that nobody really knew what was being done, and the coordination wasn't there, and how we could better work together. And I was at the FSIN Women's Commission at the time, and the Women's Commission took this issue very, very seriously. And the chair at the time was Chief Marianne Daywalker-Pelche, and she called, at the time, Premier Calvert and said, "I need to meet with you." Pardon me, my throat is a little dry. And so Premier Calvert met with Chief Daywalker-Pelche in a restaurant, and there was a couple staff members, including myself, and Chief Daywalker asked him point blank, "What are you going to do about this? Our women are going missing, our women are being murdered." And he said, "Well, I know we need to do something. What do you think we should do?" And she goes, "Well, all you guys have to get together and figure something out." And from that, Premier Calvert, he was probably scared of Chief Daywalker-Pelche. If anybody knows Chief Daywalker-Pelche, she's pretty blunt. He went back, and a couple months later, we were given a call, and the Provincial Partnership Committee for Missing Persons was formed. And it's not that I would necessarily credit Chief Daywalker-Pelche with the only reason why there started to be a coordination, but I would definitely credit the fact that she went and advocated. And she advocated because she saw that need, because our women were going missing and experiencing this extreme violence. And that's not really talked about right now. The contribution and the sacrifice and what came from our woman going missing and or murdered actually benefited the province of Saskatchewan. So when I talk to people, I always try to mention this because really it's not that we need to feel proud of, but I think that we need to be acknowledged as well as acknowledge ourselves that we do make that difference in this province and that we do need that strong leadership, whether it be male or female, to go forward and to state we need something done. We also need people in the province as well as the federal governments to understand and to listen to that and to move on those. So that's just a little bit of history with how the Provincial Partnership Committee for Missing Persons from our perspective came by. So I would also like to acknowledge a family who's here this morning. Patty and I have worked with a lot of families, and I see a lot of, some families in the room here, but we have a family that came from the south that said that they wanted to be here. And I hope they're not too embarrassed for me to kind of center them out. But we have the family of Shirley Lone Thunder, who's been missing since 1991 from Saskatoon. However, she was from the White Bear First Nation. So today we have Doris and Talon Lone Thunder, who are children who are here, and Janine Kakakwe, and Doris and Janine took each other as adopted siblings. So I'd like to acknowledge your presence and thank you for continuing to work with us for all these years. So do you mind standing up as well? And the interesting thing is this issue is not getting smaller. Just to take, for instance, the family of Shirley, we worked with her mom and we're working now with her children and also her grandchildren. So it's very easy to see a name on a paper, but when you're working continuously with generations within a family that continue to have the effects of their mother, their grandmother, it'll be soon to be their great-grandmother who went missing and or murdered. It's very real. The family of Melanie Geddes, she would have been a Kokum today. We stay in contact with that family and support them. And when I look at the grandchildren's eyes, I just think how much Mel would have loved to be that Kokum. And I think that it's so important to have, when Chief Cameron talked about families first, that we continue to realize that if it wasn't for the families, we need to honor that, and we need to continue to work with the families and understand. The rest of us go home, and yes, we're deeply affected, and believe me, us as helpers, we are very deeply affected, but they live with it from the time they go to bed, sometimes dreams, nightmares, and they wake up with it. So we always take that very seriously in our role of helpers, and we respect that and acknowledge that at all times. We have a national inquiry coming. That was a promise by Justin Trudeau when he was running, and he made good on it. And when he came into power in October of 2015, is it? 2015, I think it was. And we had the pre-inquiry so far, and we're moving straight into the national inquiry. We have Tanya Capo, who's the community liaison, who will be Skyping in at 1:15 today. So I'm going to leave that up to the national inquiry people to talk about, as well as we don't have her on the agenda. We have Myrna LaPlante, who's going to be she doesn't quite know yet, she's out of Saskatoon, either joining us by Skype or coming here. She hopefully will jump in her car and come in at lunchtime, who will be speaking after Tanya. And she is a member of the family, she's a family member on the Family Representatives for Saskatchewan for the National Inquiry. I'd like to acknowledge Kay Lara. Kay, if you could stand up, please. She is the executive director for the Women's Commission, or the Secretariat, and she works directly with the women's leadership. She is here to assist families with the advisory session. Tessa Denemy, if you could stand up, please. Tessa also is here to assist families to register to participate not only in the National Inquiry, but also in the advisory session that Saskatchewan will be having. So if you as family members would like to participate or to be acknowledged by the National Inquiry, these two amazingly beautiful women will help you not only register for the National Inquiry, but also the stuff that's being done here as a province in Saskatchewan. And what we're really trying to do, both Kay and I sit on the kind of the Saskatchewan people that are working with the National Inquiry, and there's a lot of work that's being done, yes, and there's a lot of work that's being done that's not being communicated to family members, and we're really advocating for more information to be coming out this way, because we understand and we acknowledge that families are getting very upset as well as frustrated with not knowing exactly what's going on. And believe me, even with us talking with the National Inquiry people, we know maybe 2 sentences more than you do, because there's not a whole lot of information that is coming out. We hope that is going to change. We know that there is an advisory session on May 16, 17, and 18 in Saskatoon. And that is meant to discuss with family members as well as frontline workers and organizations, leadership, as to how we want it done here in Saskatchewan. So we do think that that date may change. We don't know at this point, but for right now, it's the 16th, 17th, and 18th. We don't have an agenda yet. We've just been told those 3 days. So we will continue as best we can, especially Kay being with the FSIN to inform leadership as well as communities. The minute that we know, she'll send that communication out to families. And I think that that is basically what I came here to say, other than, you know, I'm really thankful that we were able to work together like this. I'm very thankful to be up here in Treaty 6 territory. We're obviously Treaty 4 from Regina area, and we honor this relationship. And when we had heard that there wasn't a whole lot of funding, we were very fortunate to receive some funding in the south. And the group that was doing some work in the north, we had just found out through talking with Shirley that there wasn't a whole lot of coordination, so we said, you know what, the heck with it, we're going to do it. And that's what we're here to do, is we're doing today's session, and we're also going to be doing a session the day before the walk. Shirley, that's what we have planned. So for those community members and for people who couldn't make it here, we are planning another family support day. May look like today, it may not look like today. The day before the PAGC Women's Commission Walk. So we look forward to seeing you again at that time. We do have health support here because we're going to be getting into our program sessions. I would like for the health support people to stand up, please. If somebody needs to talk, these are the 4, 5, is it 5 ladies? Maybe put up your hand. 6, 5 ladies and a gentleman that are here, so please feel free. They're wearing the neon green or neon yellow name tags. So if you do feel like you're being triggered, that you would like to have some sort of discussion, we do have these ladies that you could, you know, and the gentleman to tap on the shoulder and have the ability to go and speak with after, you know, whenever you need to. So, am I missing anything, any housekeeping at all? We are at 11:38 a.m. We have Tanya Skyping in at 1:15, and she's actually Skyping in from Whitehorse. That's where the National Inquiry is today. is up in Whitehorse. And so that's when she's Skyping in. And then I think Myrna is either going to Skype in or present right after her. So we do have two presentations, one from Violet Natauho, and then after that we have Dr. McKay McNabb, who's going to be doing a self-care presentation. It's 11:30. Do we want to have we have a fluid agenda today, so, you know, the heck with being bound by timelines, right? Other than 1:15 because they're bound by timelines. So do we want like a longer lunch or a shorter lunch? Because if we wanted a shorter half-hour lunch, we could actually have Violet come up and give her presentation now. And, you don't mess with the PAGC Women's Commission. They're all standing up and looking at me. Okay. That's what I was telling Corey last night, who's our communications person. I was like, you don't mess with the PAGC Women's Commission. So there's some presentations, so I'm going to get out of the way.
Kita tamskat na anuts kaksipak. Dunas kumaman tunista utitaguta itiguab. My heart goes out to the people that have lost their loved ones. I myself, my son was murdered about three years ago or so. I know how that is. And my heart goes out to you guys. And the way that I deal with that is by prayer. And I thank Mantu, that is my higher power. And I like to call out the people for the presentations. Ainiganan tumawa Grand Chief, Ronnie Michelle. ¿Qué pa? Huh? Am I really loud? Am I too loud? No, am I too loud?
No, you're good.
Nice and clear. Tinige. Ayunan tumawa FSIN Chief Wimagan Bobby Cameron. Sepuiti? Oh. Okay. Can you take that to Saskatoon? That's kidding. Okay, say. Yeah, you'll just give it to Shirley. Yeah, go take it. And City Chief Simagans of Prince Albert, Troy Cooper. That's how you say policeman in Cree, Simagans. Igua. Another Simagans. Staff Sergeant Marie Chamberlain. And Erica? Do we give Erica something? No? Huh? Shirley, is there any more gifts? Save one for me. I'm just kidding. Erica, come up, Erica.
That's a skinny lens.
Tinniga. Yükse? Gone? That's today? We're mask wheel. Yükse? Okay. Tinniga.
Good morning. I just wanted to share that one of my family members went missing 50 years ago. So his name was Absalom Halkett. He went missing. He was a prospector, and not a day goes by that we think of him. And it's in the historical cases now, and it's still ongoing. Okay? Thank you very much.
There's going to be one wipeout, I guarantee, by the end of today, and hopefully it's going to be me so that I don't have to see anybody else wipe out, because I'm pretty good at them by now. It is 11:45 right now, and I just conferred with Shirley, and what we had decided was that we're going to have a lunch exactly, will be like Violet will be starting her presentation at 12:30, so we will have lunch until 12:30. I will be having a call out to say, quit eating now and go have your nutrition break outside and go and use the most powerful toilets in the world. And see you back here at 12:30. And Violet will be doing her presentation, and then we'll have Tanya at 1:15, and then Myrna after that, and we'll end the day with a self-care presentation by Dr. McKay McNabb. So thank you very much. And please, also Shirley, do we have someone to pray over the food? Senator Cook, yes. Before we start chowing down, I'd like to ask Senator Cook to please say the prayer for the lunch. So if we could ask the elders who song from his drum.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you to the elder for wonderful prayer this morning. I just want to say a couple things before I sing a song. It's a Creator song, and right now, as we sit here, there's a lot of things going through our minds because of the reason why we're here, and that's missing, murdered people from our communities. I experienced it as well too, my daughter, and we still don't know how she got into the river, but during the hardest time in my life, I had to turn to something. Most of us turn to alcohol or drugs or other things. I just turned to drum and my prayers with a pipe and sacred ceremonies and stuff like that, and it helped a lot. Today I'm going to offer prayers for one of my friends too. His daughter is missing. Her name is Happy Charles. She's from L'Orange, and she was on the streets here in Prince Albert just like my daughter was, and they don't know where she is right now. She's been missing since April 1st, and usually if somebody's been missing that long, the outcome is not usually good. But today I'm going to offer prayers and the song for people like Happy, as well as others out there who are still missing, as well as for the family members who want answers for this, for their missing and loved ones. That's about all we can do sometimes, is just pray. When it's hardest, that's best to do. So today we're going to pray for people like Happy, and others who are missing, and others, unfortunately, who will go missing as well. It hasn't stopped. It's not going to stop. It will happen again over and over. But it's a support that we offer each other today that will get us through the hardest times when we are faced with it. You can stand if you want. just want to thank people when we went through our hard time. I want to thank the community as well too, because this is where we celebrated the final night with my daughter, celebrated her life, was in this gym. I want to thank people like Prince Albert Grand Council, as well as the support that the community offered during that time. It was a hard time, but without the support, it would have been even harder. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for the help when we needed it. And I want to be able to offer that help to others when they need it as well. Masicho.
Thank you very much for those words and that beautiful, beautiful song. Before we get to opening remarks, I just wanted to make a few comments about the day. We have the agenda at the registration desk in the back over there. And after our opening remarks, we actually have an update from the National Inquiry, as well as an update from Myrna LaPlante, who has been chosen as the family representative for Saskatchewan with the National Inquiry. Now, what we have done is actually move them to the afternoon. And so after our opening remarks, what we'll do is have our grief and trauma presentation by Violet Natauhau. Without further ado, I'll be asking Grand Chief Ron Michel if he could come up and say a few words.
These one-step stairs are getting harder and harder for me to get up here. But, thank you very much, Dinigi, Rich Joe. Thank you, Erica, for introducing me here today. To my colleague, Chief Cameron, thank you for being here with us, and also Shirley, our chair of the Women's Commission. Shirley, as you know, is the chair of the Women's Commission, and I'm also the portfolio for the Women's Commission, and it drives me hard to move on some of the Women's Commission issues, and I thank you for that to the Women's Commission and also to Shirley. Troy, a long-time friend of ours here in Prince Albert. Thank you for being here, Troy. Chief Cooper. And also Staff Sergeant Marie Chamberlain for being here. And again, Erica, thank you for chairing this event. And also the two senators that are here with me, the senators from the Prince Albert Grand Council, Senator Cook and also Senator Anderson, and the elders that are here, and all of our people that are here. Certainly nice to be here in this fine morning. A little chilly this morning, but all of us are here for such an important event, Family Support Day. Thank you for the opening prayer. Thank you very much to the elder that said the opening prayer. Very nice to open the prayer, and also the drum. Thank you very much. I'm here in the podium here using my using my headdress, you know, to show support of what's been happening in terms of some of the grief that our people have when they lose their loved ones. Of course, all of us in this gym have lost a loved one, and we still think about it, and we still grieve, you know, of our loved ones, and especially to our parents that have left us, and you know, and all the family, our relatives. Laasan iskan utsuta kapimaa se untuik. Kapimaa mopiuta. Mam tunidama waagitut nimino waagipinagatuaa. Mam tunidama waamina. Tansiagis nagatuaa mi chitkuiska kinagatuunoak. Igagatawaisi nagatuaa. Mami chitmina kinagatuunoak haussuinutse. Kitiagoiskitattu. Kitate nagatuunoogega. Uganani puuta. Taguskupaliak. Luovat jo saamiat, että oskip mats. Sitten always oskip matsaganut. The Prince Albert Grand Council humutalisanaga baditsaga tat nissapa ika unigani oga vitat skemagitse kumagano. Luuja että mitititsega oskip matsaga uedumste kigoe ivanaigotsega. Suutstupu kigoita kogi paskittiin mogitsega. Utiseni on tapatsiigotsega istaati että kiiteitogi että uppiga avasatogi. Kun puhutstota kogi antota kogi suitsegitsega vanut. Lumititge kauniegitsega että nimeno Ademan nawa. Stegois nopatin ma muintuin vitsituin japatak. Apatan gaske onema. Kiam igosisita taajemiat kitsedasit no. Vaskitnut. Ino töitomootissenkin valonaiga kan tuttavat. Just on some of the things that I said in my language, which I hold dearly as a Woodland Cree. I hold dearly my language, and I speak many times with my language when I go to the podium. But what I said is that there's a lot of things happening. You know, the turn of the century was just like turning something. You know, our young people, just the Grand Council alone of 40,000 people, 40,000 plus. 70% of that is from the ages of newborn to 25 years old. A very young population, and a lot of the things that are happening that are reaching our communities in the north and some of our communities around Prince Albert is some of the things that are happening in terms of alcohol and drugs, suicides and so on and so forth. A lot of that is happening, and with people, the organizations that are hosting it, the Women's Commission and the Regina Treaty Status Indian Services, you know, it's good to have these and you know, and attract some of our people from the communities, our reserves, you know, to come to these, because we do need a lot of help. You know, as I said, a very young population, and you know, but we also have seen a very, very heavy populated community, the community of Prince Albert, the community of Saskatoon, you know, all these urban areas, big cities that are that our people are moving in, and a lot of them are missing. You know, some of our young people are missing, especially the young girls that have been missing, and it's really hard on the family when you, as our drummer Alan Adams stated, you know, it really takes a toll on the family day and night when you search for you know, missing girls and so on. So I applaud what you guys are doing here. You know, I give you you know, a 10 out of 10, you know, for putting this for putting this up and continue, and we will support to continue doing these as leadership. You know, personally, as myself, you know, I just turned 65, and you know, I've lost brothers. I've lost brothers through alcohol and drugs, and also suicide. And you know, we still, as a whole, we still think of them. I still think of them. I call my siblings that are alive, my sisters especially, you know, to call on feast and to remember mom and dad, to remember our sisters and our brothers, you know, just to think about them, that they are still with us, they are still within our hearts. And although sometimes I joke at them, you know, I said, you know, if they were still around, we would have been one big happy family. You know, but things happen the course of our lives, and sometimes we have to think about that we're not the bosses of our lives. You know, the guy upstairs, you know, knows when to take us away from this earth. And, you know, and that happens. A lot of our young people don't know that. You know, a lot of our young people are losing the parenthood that we had here, that we had as a family. You know, when through hard times, mom and dad took care of us. You know, we lived on, you know, nothing to brag about, but we were happy being together, growing up on the reserve. But, you know, things have changed. We have to look for something that our children, our grandchildren, our Japans, and the ones that are not born yet, to look forward to. And one of the things that has been really heavy on the Grand Council is moving forward with education, moving forward with economic development, working forward, and realizing and not forgetting how we got here, from our moms and dads, from our grandfathers, grandmothers, you know, all those that took it very hard in the last 150 years, you know, since government took over. And we weren't treated right from day one. And we're still not treated right, but it's a little better. You know, a lot of our people are going to school now. A lot of our young people are going to school, graduating and doing things for themselves, but it's still not enough. But we keep pounding the table, and hopefully things will turn around. But, you know, just some of the things that I wanted to point out here today. You know, as a leader, as being in leadership for the last 40 years, I've seen some bad times, I've seen some good times, and I've seen some laughter, I've seen some grief. You know, I've seen it all. And just yesterday we sent home my auntie, who was a teacher for 33 years. And, but those things happen. But I'm very glad to see, hopefully the next time this gym will be full, to hug each other, to say hi and so on. And, we're very patient people, but sometimes I wonder how patient the young ones will be in growing up, because they're full of anger right now. They're full of things that our young people are seeing. But overall, again, I thank you at the bottom of my heart and on behalf of Vice Chief Tasani, Vice Chief Job, our senators that are with us in the executive, but also the 12 First Nations that we serve, the Dene, the Woodland Cree, the Swampy Cree, the Plains Cree Dakota, 40,000 plus, and we do have, I'm very proud of the organization to do some of the things. I was just talking to one of the elders this morning, and I said, dreaming is not impossible. Dreaming is something that you see will be good for our people. I've dreamt for a hospital for our First Nations. I dream of a new university, a northern campus in Prince Albert for our people, but yet they fall on deaf ears, the governments. But being patient, resilient, and so on, and being progressive, we still have to, because that's our right to education and our right to health. That's a treaty right that was built for us by our forefathers, and we have to continue to argue on that. I, no disrespect to the non-Indigenous peoples that are here, but I strongly believe we don't live on taxpayers' money. We live on the land that was taken away from us. They're paying for the land that they took away from us. And I will live with that all the time, because that's the truth. We were here, we're still here, and our people will be here in the future. Thank you. Urshicho, Washte, and God bless you all, and have a good day.
Thank you, Grand Chief, for those wonderful words. Next, I'd like to call on Chief Bobby Cameron from the FSIN.
Oh man, good morning. I just made a funny joke to our Grand Chief there. I said, geez, I thought you were retiring. Nokum, I want to thank you for the prayer. To our Nokum who said the prayer this morning, thank you. Skowak, thank you all for being here. To our PA City Police for being here. Shirley and Erica for putting this on. Pretty awesome, To our senators, thank you all for being here. It's a good crowd. It doesn't matter if there's 1,000 or if there's 100, because we're here for one reason, to support one another on this healing journey. on this missing, murdered Indigenous woman's inquiry. Our position at the FSIN has been consistent. Families first, Qu'Appelle. Families first that have to speak to the people that are putting together this missing, murdered Indigenous woman's inquiry. The voices and the direction has to come from families. And we'll continue to say that until it happens. Grand Chief Ron and the executive, thank you as well. I want to acknowledge Anita Peranto and Charlene Head, our senators in the crowd, one of our mayors from the north, and acknowledge you, for being here. To our Kokums that are here, Al and Adam, thank you for that song, because we're all still healing. We're all still healing for one reason or another. We pray for the family of Happy Charles, who's been missing since April. 12 days now. 12 days now she's been missing, and the family is coming here to the city of PA to come and look for her and search for her. We need everybody's help. We need the PA City Police's help. Can you imagine one of your own, one of your nosamak, one of your children being missing? Holy man. The feeling of being lost and the feeling of not being there for your little one. It's just, it's heartbreaking. So we pray for the family that they find this young lady. We'll do the best we can. Acknowledge former Chief Ian Mackay for being here as well. Our Women's Secretariat, Kayla Ra. We're here to support and we're here to heal. Nistanan, at the FSIN, we're still healing. We're still healing, but we've also taken the initiative. We've taken the initiative as an FSIN executive to begin taking random alcohol and drug tests to show to our youth, our young men and women, that it can happen. We can live a sober life. And in my family, we're still missing a loved one. His name is Travis Jim. Went missing from North Battleford area. It's been 13 years. We don't know where he is. His mom is still searching for him. We've been searching for him, still praying to God that he'll come home to us in Wichigan. But he also lived that lifestyle, alcohol and drug lifestyle. They risk, that's the risk our young men and women take when they embark, when they start taking alcohol and drugs. That's the risky lifestyle. So it begins with that message too, alcohol and drug-free life. It begins with love and nurturing from our homes. It begins with reaching out and reminding and ensuring and encouraging these young men and women that they're loved, that they're valued. It encompasses all different angles, Wagomuntik, to save our youth, to save our men and women. Sometimes it just takes a handshake and a good morning for someone to feel good about themselves. That they're not alone in this world. Because I've been there. We've been there, Even now, as FSIN chief, sometimes I still feel like that. I'm alone, So thank you to the organizers. The Women's Commission, a very important event. To the family of Happy Charles, we pray for her safety and her coming home. This inquiry that's happening here across Canada, families first, their voices first. On behalf of our FSIN executive and our vice chiefs, Kim Jonathan, Heather Bear, Bob Marasti, and Lutzera, all send their best wishes here today. To the families, healing together. Healing together. Despite what goes on in our families and in our communities, healing. Healing, think about that when you're at home tonight in your bed, in your hotel rooms. Healing, what does that mean? It means talking about your stories. talking about how you feel and what's going to make you feel good and heal. Healing together in Wagumantik. Thank you. 74 First Nations, our Senate and institutions, we'll do anything we can. Just tell us what to do. You guys are the bosses, not us. Hi, hi.
Thank you, Chief Cameron. Vice Chief, all of a sudden I have an accent. Vice Chief Jonathan is unable to make it, and she sends her regrets. Next, I'd like to call up a dear friend of mine, Shirley Henderson. She's the chair of the PAGC Women's Commission, which you all know.
Good morning. First of all, we'd like to thank Bella Beatty for doing the opening prayer for us, and Alan Adam for doing the wonderful drum song. We'd like to thank the elders that are with us here today, the senators, Grand Chief, Chief Bobby Cameron. He was texting me late last night assuring me that he would be in attendance today, and I thank him for that. To the guests and families, the RCMP, City Police, Chief Troy Cooper, the Women's Commission members that are here today, the support staff, and we have our Aboriginal Resource Officer, Julie Natauho from the PA City Police. You'll have to bear with me. I'm trying to get over a cold. The Women's Commission would like to especially thank Erica Bowden from Regina Status Indian Services and FHQ for the support in co-hosting this conference today. The Women's Commission recognizes that most of our communities have been impacted by the disappearance of a loved one, be it a mother, a sister, a daughter, or a friend, and that violence against Indigenous women and girls have had an impact on the entire community. June 29th, we're hosting our 13th annual Brothers and Sisters Memorial Walk. We have had as many as 300 participate in our walk. Today we will have an update from the National Inquiry. The Commission would like to thank Nancy McMahon, our family violence worker, and Tina Pelche for helping organize today's event. We would like to thank all the health staff that are being with us today and the donations that we have received. Prince Albert Grand Council Engineering, who helped set up the gym yesterday. The Women's Commission that are here will be coming up shortly to present gifts to our speakers. And we'd like to thank you for participating with us today. Please, if you need anything, let one of us know. Our Women's Commission members are sitting right there. If I could ask them to stand up. We have Anita Peranto from Sturgeon Lake, Charlene Head from Red Earth, Bella Dume from South End, Debbie McLean from James Smith, and Pearl Doris Morin from LaRange. Thank you, and let's participate well today. Thank you.
The stairs coming up here are quite dangerous, so when the rest of the people come up to speak, please watch them. Next, I would like to call upon Troy Cooper, Police Chief, City of Prince Albert. I've known Troy for about 10 years now, back when he was the Deputy Chief, and we met each other actually at an Amnesty International meeting. I think it was Winnipeg. It was actually on the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women. So I feel when I come up here and I heard that Troy was now the police chief, I felt confident that Prince Albert had a police chief who was aware of the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, and I commend the police department here or the Board of Commissioners for bringing someone like Troy on. So, welcome, Troy.
Thank you very much, Erica. I was sitting beside the elder from the police service, and she reminded me today the first thing I should do is be thankful for the Creator for allowing me to be here today and for us to gather in such a meaningful way, and to also thank the people in the community who have been able to teach me all the things, and I'm certainly still learning, but I'm very grateful for that. I want to thank Nancy McMahon. I know she's alone often. She's a very limited resource for the domestic violence issues in our communities, and I know she has a heavy load. I want to thank her, Shirley Henderson, and all the other PAGC Women's Commission members that are here for the work that they do today, and for the work that they've done over the last number of years that I've been involved with you. I want to thank you, and of course welcome my friend Erica back to our community. I've heard her speak here a number of times on this issue, and I know that the work that she's given to the cause of grieving families has been carried over from different positions, and it's something she's passionate about, and she's a very powerful lady. We're lucky to have her here in our community today. I also want to acknowledge the leaders that are present. Rick, my friend from Green Lake, the mayor, the senators that are here, the elders that are here, the people that care about the community in the way that I do. I would like to acknowledge and thank them for being here. I also want to thank the PAGC leadership, the Grand Chief, Michelle, and the FSIN leadership, Chief Cameron. And I know Vice Chief Kim Jonathan was going to be here today, and I do expect that at any moment she'll burst through the doors with the energy she has and the passion and come wheeling in and grab the mic and take over. So that could happen yet, you never know, knowing Kim. They have provided us a stable support, and I think that's important, consistent support, because 2016 and 2017 have not been easy for First Nations in Saskatchewan, not at all. And I'm comforted, and I know you all are comforted by their strong leadership. And when I heard the Grand Chief today speak in his own language, and I heard Bobby Cameron too, I'm always jealous. I'm jealous that I've tried to learn Cree, I've tried to study the language a little bit, and I'll never get old enough to actually be able to speak it properly, I know. But I'm jealous because when they speak, people listen, and they speak in Cree, people listen very intently. And I know that so much is lost in translation to English, and I would just wish that I could understand in English what they were saying, what they're providing us for advice, and maybe someday. But Bobby, when you're speaking, and you said two words that I know, Esqueoc, and I know that because that's the leaders that I see in this room, the people that make a difference around this issue for sure, the women. And you said Nusumuk, and you asked about our own, and what would we do if they're missing? And my three beautiful granddaughters are from Takup First Nation. And so when I think about them, I know that their reality has to be different. It has to be different than the reality that they're facing today. And I think that's on us. That's our responsibility. The issue of missing and murdered First Nations, Indigenous women came to my attention back in the 90s, late 90s. I was working in a drug section in Prince Albert and with the RCMP, and there was a big poster on the wall and it had a whole bunch of women's pictures all on the same poster. And we always have posters and it's a missing or it's a wanted. It's always one person, but this one had a whole bunch of women. And I remember looking at it and wondering, what was it that they shared? Why were they all on the same poster? What linked those women? And it wasn't until later that I found out what linked them was the fact that they had no voice. They had no voice because of their gender, their social status, or even their race. They were linked by violence. And far, far worse than that, they were linked by indifference. And I think it's been pointed out that indifference is what leads to injustice. It's more damaging than violence. Not caring is far more damaging than violence because it infects others and it lasts for generations. And I believe above all else, the most important thing we can do is to acknowledge this issue. The systematic and systemic bias against Indigenous women and girls, it's real. This morning as I was coming in, I took a phone call from a First Nation leader about another case. It's real. And we've made some strides to improve policing, at least, and other parts of the system when it comes to an appropriate response. And I'm glad that we've seen improvements, because if we can't make positive impact here, if we can't make positive change in an Indigenous community, then I think we're lost. So I think Prince Albert and Saskatchewan is the places where change is going to begin, and I think it's important for us to realize that we need to be the ones making those changes. For policing, among other things, that we have worked with our partners to develop domestic violence strategies where follow-up is provided after the fact. We've started to recognize that survival sex trade workers are actually victims, and the men who prey on them should be the focus of our criminal investigations. We've got provincially funded officers dedicated to high-risk missing persons cases. We've got common investigation protocol for every serious case. It's the type of crime that determines how we investigate, not the type of victim. And we have provincial policy now that provides consistent approach on how we investigate missing persons cases. And through our victim services, and we have one here today, we have many here today from victim services, we have recruited family liaisons to work with and assist families who are struggling with the impact of this sorts of crimes. And I'm proud of these improvements, but we have a ways to go. I was approached by a mother one time at a march at the Friendship Center, and she was the mother of a missing girl. And she said, "What are you doing to find my daughter?" She caught me as I was leaving, and I was in an awkward situation. I'd just given a speech, and she wouldn't let me leave. And I was trying to get past her on the stair. "What are you doing to find my daughter?" And so I went through all those things I just described, all these big changes we're making, and I was so proud of myself, of what we're doing. And she goes, "But what else?" Because, you know, if your daughter's missing, if your loved one's missing, there's no enough. Can't say they're doing enough. And I understood that very clearly, that she expected us to do everything, absolutely everything, and to realize while we were doing it that it wasn't going to be enough. It's never enough until justice is served or until your loved one is found. And I'm glad to see that the inquiry and the people involved in the inquiry are listening to the experience of family members. I think that was really critical and maybe missing in previous views of the issue. Because just looking at data, numbers is not enough. The women and families who are affected by this are not numbers. You know, we know them. There are community members, there are sisters, there are daughters and our mothers and grandmothers, not statistics. These are women and girls who may have been victimized once by an offender, but they also were victimized a second time by a systemic issue that led to it. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. I do. I want to thank the PAGC and the FSIN and the inquiry staff for their work. And their work is heavy, and maybe we can, in our prayers, when we think about what we're grateful for, maybe we can think of the leadership in the First Nation and Métis communities here, because this is a heavy load. They carry a very heavy load. I think it's certainly time for action. And I think our direction will be clear once we've listened to those most affected, which are the families here today. So thank you, Tenegay Marcy Chu.
Next, I'd like to call upon a gentleman that I just actually met this morning, Staff Sergeant Murray Chamberlain, who's with the RCMP. He's out of the Regina office, and I was teasing him because I never met him before, and so he doesn't know much about me. And I said when he gets up here, I'm going to rake him over the coals and ask him what he has done. And I didn't want any BS, just what he has done, so he might be a little bit scared to come up here, but please have a warm welcome for Staff Sergeant Chamberlain.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. Chief Michelle, Chief Cameron, Shirley, and the PA Women's Commission, I thank you for the opportunity to speak here this morning. As Erica said, I am not a gifted public speaker, unlike some of the people ahead of me, so you'll have to bear with me a little bit. But my role is I run the Major Crimes Unit in Regina. So I have the Major Crimes Unit, which is new homicide investigations, and the Historical Case Unit, which of course investigates long-term missing and murdered files, which includes obviously our First Nations. I've been asked to spend a few minutes this morning speaking about missing persons investigations and the RCMP approach to them, how we're handling them. Over the past few years, as some of the speakers ahead of me mentioned, we have gotten better, we have improved, and we have changed a lot of things in how we're doing things, both in how we handle files and how we work within our communities to try to prevent these tragedies in the first place. According to the Sask Association Chiefs of Police website, there are currently 34 long-term missing females in the province of Saskatchewan. Of those, 21 are from RCMP jurisdiction, 8 from the south, 11 from the northern portion of the province. Of those 21, 12 of these females are of First Nations descent. So the bottom line is, what are we trying to do about this? What are we trying to do to help? Currently, there's a bunch of RCMP programs in effect. I spent some time with our community policing and our Aboriginal policing offices to see what we're doing in the north. What are we doing to help? They've talked about things like the Embracing Life Committee, Community Safety Plan in Mistawassus, Aboriginal Shield and Seeing Oneself's programs, the Diane Red Sky presentations, prevention of exploitation of Indigenous women. Those have been held in La Loche, La Ronge, Stanley Mission, and there's more planned for the north. Community policing officers in La Loche, Family Violence Prevention Initiative in Deschambault Lake, and further to that, as Chief Cooper mentioned, protocols and policies for how we handle these types of investigations, and those new protocols for the RCMP were completed in consultation with the FSIN. When someone does go missing, that's where my office gets involved. The initial response is obviously detachment members. They get reported in their community. But those files aren't just held in the community anymore. We have a missing person coordinator who works out of my office that is responsible for all those files in the province. That position was created in 2012 and was originally a part-time retired police officer that came in and helped out a little bit. In 2016, that position was formalized and is now a full-time corporal from the RCMP. And currently that position is held by Brennan Stanford. And Brennan's job is oversight and support of every missing persons investigation in RCMP jurisdiction in the province.
La di 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 da. Okay? Okay. Ita dam skat now, gakyo, gabiduti. I'm Violet Nataho, Wapanachak Sukiot Nuihuin. I'm Bear Clan. I'd like to just say those things before I start anything, and I also want to begin with a song about waking up. And because trauma and grief and loss is about waking up. It's about waking up and becoming more aware of where you are in the present moment. It's about learning how to come out of the past and become part of the present. So some of our ways, like singing and dancing and crafts, making crafts, those kind of things were our ways of coming back to the present when we were in grief. So I'm going to start with a morning song. My spirit name is Morning Star, and so I've learned different morning songs, and so I want to gift this song to you before we open up, to wake up your memories, to wake up where you're at, and to bring you here to this gym, and, you know, to be present in this moment, okay? One is Skapi Wapan Huma Sa Sepi Si Sagnigamuag Bimiunagwan Kitaskino Hey, hi, yo. Waneska piwapan huma sa sebisi sagnigamuag pimiyonagwan kita skino hey haya heyo Waneska piwapan huma sa sebisi sagnigamuag pimiyonagwan kita skino hey haya heyo hey aya Hey oh, hey ha ya hey oh, Waneska piwapan huma sa sebisi sagnigamuag pimiyonagwan kita skino hey haya hiyo hi hi. So I'm Violet Nataho. I work at the Holistic Wellness Center. It's Cottage 3 now. We moved from 10, I think it was, to 3. And I'm an integrated wellness coordinator. I'm a counselor in addictions. I'm a grief edutherapist. I'm a critical incident stress debriefer. And I've been working for Grand Council since 1997. So almost 20 years this July I have been here. And I've worked with families, I've worked with individuals, worked with community groups, teaching them how to deal with their grief, with their loss, with their any issue that they bring to our office. We have 8 staff at our cottage there, and they're all trained in various things, various ways of mental, emotional stability making, I guess you could say. Before, the first thing I wanted to mention, because this is focused on missing, murdered women, Indigenous women, I wanted to mention something about the role of women in our communities. And I wanted to also say in Cree, Hisquewag, in Dakota, Wenya, and Dene, it's Se Ekwi, Che Ekwi. I don't know how to speak it right, but I got those from the people that work with us. In our languages, there's a key in our language that in each word, there's power, there's strength, there's knowledge in those words. If you sit and you take them apart, like the word iskoteo is fire, but if you took it apart, the very first part of it means it's the root word of isqueo. And the second part, oteo, is the root word of heart. So when you're saying iskoteo, it means the heart of a woman is what the fire actually breaks down into. And our women, the heart of the woman is the fire, and the home, the teepee, the lodge, was the woman's domain. And so the women were the foundation, just like the Women's Commission, all the women in there. Those are the foundations of our people, and they're there to support and to help. In every home that we have back home, all the women are the foundation, and the men are the warriors, the protectors, the keepers. And so we already have strength in that way. We have the energy, we have the compassion, And we have the teachings of our community women and our families. And so I wanted to acknowledge the beauty and the power and the strength of our women that are in our homes and ourselves. You know, we don't have to be play second fiddle or anything. We have to be proud and stand out there and accept that, acknowledge how strong we are if you think about all the things we've gone through. One of the other things that I've learned about grief and loss is there used to be women that were wailers that used to cry for the family. When there was a loss in the family, when there was a funeral happening, the women would wail and help the family come to their pain, to open up into it and to be present to that pain and to let it go and to release it. And so I wanted to share a little bit about that with you. Some of the additional things that we teach, or I teach when I'm in the teaching the women's groups or the men's groups, is the history. And so we used to have a very powerful, and we still do in some areas, very strong, powerful system, Native family system, it's called. And all these things that you see on the left-hand side, to the right, all the way around, these were the things we used to do with our kids, did with our families, did with our youth, did with our adults. And all of these things prepared us for things like trauma or grief or losses. All of these things were we had aunties and grandmas and great-grandmas sitting with us, helping us go through these things. And then after, when there was changes, like the residential school came along and changed that. And so we still have, when people come in, they still have to work through those things. That's part of grief, and it's normal to grieve. We were all born as gifts, and it's important to know how we thought about our family members and our children in order to support our families in a good way. And so to know that our children are considered gifts and they're not owned, that they have an open connection to the Creator, and that they're innocent. And then as they become older, they're learning how to be adults, and that we have to acknowledge them. And be, incidentally, in the last year, my oldest grandchild is 14. And in order, for me, I believe, in order for her to be safe out there in the world, wandering around, you know, walking back and forth to school, going out with her friends in the evening, going to the movies on their own, she needs to be supported and acknowledged as a woman. And so when she was turning 13, we acknowledged her. We took her somewhere, we had an elder speak for her, and we told her, you're now a woman, you can be a mom, but we want you to wait and go through school. And we gave her 4 supports, 4 other women that would support her and that would guide her. They could, along with myself. And so she could call us at any time. She had all our numbers. And we also imparted the things we knew about being a woman. And respected and honor themselves and feel really good about themselves. And that's part of how we used to raise our children in the past. And we also have the adult roles and then the roles of the elders. So I'm kind of in between, in the middle. Just kind of not quite an elder. I'm still an adult. Hey, stop. I was trying to say I'm older. So I'm in between there. I'm moving into the elder role, and It's quite a journey. I wanted to share with you, before I go into the information about the trauma, is that practice using self-care, and I have a lot of handouts at the back that you can have and take that kind of share with you how to kind of go about your healing. Practice self-care as you heal from a traumatic event, because there's a lot of unpleasant thoughts. There's a lot of things that'll come to your mind. Community workers are encouraged to develop plans. So if you work in the community, develop a plan for yourself, especially daily in the professional and daily life, because when you're dealing with people coming in and they're telling you all their grief and their loneliness and their disrupted emotions, that affects you. And so each day you need to have a little plan of some kind where you come down and you debrief yourself. And there's different ways to do that I'll mention after. Use the land, the sea, the sky, and self-care practices. Choose self-care exercises. And there's a variety of other ways. There's also our traditional ways. Our elders, our healers, spiritual advisors are good to also sit with. Another thing is grounding. So before I share some of the things on trauma and grief directly, grounding just means that you're aware of the present. So right now, where you're sitting, grounding could be just touching that table and knowing you're at this table. You're sitting at this table. It's also to where you sit, to listen to your breathing. Recognize your surroundings around you. Confirm where you are. To yourself, recognize the location, the people that are around you, confirm the date and time on your cell phone. These are ways to bring yourself to the present moment. Recognize your breathing slowly, calm pace, and recognize your body by shaking your arms, your hands, your legs, your feet, and feel the floor. And you can use those things whenever anything triggers you back into a time that's a long time ago. Because we all suffer from different types of trauma, even childhood trauma or just recent trauma. There's different types. And so this is a very important thing to do, is to ground yourself. So, trauma. A traumatic event can include a sudden death or loss of a loved one. It could be loss of employment. It could be a separation and divorce. A natural disaster like an earthquake, flood, or hurricane. It could be a rape, kidnapping, torture, poverty, malnutrition, surgery, loss of belonging, property, witnessing violence, birth trauma, illness or disease, racism, or fire. There's quite a number of things. I've only listed a few of them. There's degradation. Cultural oppression is things like the residential school system and different types of institutionalization that occurred for different people. Child abandonment, child oppression, near drowning, elder abuse, violence against another, physical assault, sexual assault, verbal assault, institutionalization, vehicle accidents, automobile, airplane, train, etc. Robbery, physical or psychological neglect, military combat, witnessing an accident, family member or relative, a victim of violence, workplace injury, and bullying. So in a picture form, the first one is witnessing death or injury, physical assault, combat, sexual assault, accidents, natural disasters, and child sexual abuse. And another way to look at it is the many faces of trauma also can be all of these here. There's, I'll just mention a few of them, like youth violence, environmental destruction, pain, panic and anxiety disorders, criminal activities, poverty, multinational corporations, mood disorders. These are the faces of trauma. And so trauma, it's an event out of a normal life experience. And I did a little picture of the Twin Towers there. Most everybody remembers that. If you look at it, and it'll bring back, it'll be triggered what happened wherever you are, wherever you were at the time. You'll remember that place and you'll remember the feeling you had, whatever that was at the time. Trauma can be caused by these kind of things, just watching something on TV. It can be, like I mentioned before, accident, illness, violence, or injury. Sometimes people have different types of illnesses that take them through all kinds of events, doctor visits and things like that. Domestic violence or family violence events, growing up in that is traumatic and has really devastating effects on children that are just observe that. There may be a breach of trust, safety, and boundaries when that happens, and the person may have had no control of the trauma and just felt helpless. So when you see trauma, or you have trauma happen, how you respond to a traumatic event depends on various factors. It depends on your previous life experience. It depends on your support system, whether you have a lot of support, people that love you, that care for you, that are there for you, and that you share with right away. That's really useful and helpful. If you're close proximity to where you can go see somebody right away and call them and they're there and you can just talk about what's going on and start dealing with whatever's happening with you, it's a lot better. But if you're isolated, far away, and you have no one to talk to, it would be a lot more difficult to start looking at your trauma that's happened to you, or even identify that that's what it is. Self-care resources used, genetic factors, what is involved in the trauma, and the training. It all depends on those things. When trauma happens, the brain recognizes threat, harm, or danger, and the emotional response of fear is generated in the hypothalamus. And so fear is generated, therefore a message is sent to the body to respond in the following ways. So the response is developed based on safety, trust, control, and boundaries. And a common response to the fear is known as fight, flight, or freeze. Fight back, you run from the trauma, lose control, therefore feeling helpless, causing the body to mobilize and freeze response. So you just feel like you can't do anything. And some people go into disassociating from the trauma, causing an interference of the sensory memories. So a lot of these things, one of the things I wanted to share personally is that I lived with trauma most of my life. And like a lot of people going through residential school, there was a lot of trauma being moved from one place to another where I didn't know anyone. Being alone, not being able to share, not being able to speak my language, and then any kind of bullying that happened as I grew older here. And then back in my community, you know, observing different kinds of violence. I lived with violence there. And then as I got older, taking myself into the violence itself and going through trauma because of that and experiencing those things. But today I'm here to say that that trauma, it doesn't affect me today. I've really recovered, I'd say like 80% from all the traumas that I had, utilizing everything I could, the cultural ways, the prayers, seeing therapists, going through ceremonies, doing the journey process. There's lots of help out there today for people who are suffering from trauma. There's help to observe it and understand it and look at it. There's help that's extended where you can go and see someone and they can talk you through the different things. And talking isn't necessarily always the cure for it, because it's deep, deep inside your body. And so that's why I had to go out and look at using other types of methods like the journey process, which goes into your body, meditation, and clears memories and cleans them up and puts positive things into them. Meditation is a very positive, good way to deal with trauma. And so I'm really happy about that, because most people who were raised in dysfunctional families and with addictions and things like that, even if they quit drinking, somebody's recorder fell off here. The battery came out. I'm getting a cramp now. Oh no. Oh my God. Did you hear about the guy? I'm just kidding. Who had a cramp up on stage? What did they do?
I'll take that.
Okay, you take that. And so there's different solutions to healing. And one of them is, I want to just go through this while I stretch my toes here. I'm not used to standing this long. So there's physical activity, going for a walk, swimming, weights training, bike riding, golf, camping, fishing, berry picking, and canoeing. There is also one of the awesomest things is water. And I'm probably having a cramp because I didn't have enough water today. So water is also a healer. And I don't know if you can read that, but water regulates your body temperature. It makes up of 83% of your blood. It removes waste. It composes 22% of your bones, cushions your joints. It helps carry nutrients and oxygen to your cells. It moistens oxygen for breathing, and it helps convert food to energy, protects and cushions your vital organs, and helps your body absorb nutrients, and makes up 75% of your muscles. So water is, like everyone has access to water, you know, water is life. So you can also use water in the shower or in a lake. And there's certain ways you can ask the water to kind of cleanse you and prepare yourself going into the water to become self-aware of feelings and thoughts. And just walking into the water, into a lake, like Shirley did that one day. Water is healing, Shirley. Through your nose and your mouth, and visualize the water cleansing your mind or of negative and unpleasant thoughts. So that's just a very simple way that you can use water. Other things you can do is community events, recognize your connection to the community. After trauma occurs, sometimes you isolate yourself. You don't want to see anybody, you don't want to be around anyone, you don't feel right because of the breach of trust. And or you feel ashamed or embarrassed, whatever happened, and you might feel fear. So one of the things is to attend parent-teacher meetings, going to a movie, preferably not a real traumatic movie, one that makes you laugh and feel good, not a scary, terrifying movie. Attending a community meeting, maybe not the band meeting, where there's a major issue coming up. You might not want to go to that one. Maybe where they're making quilts or something. Doing crafts, something like that. Going to a powwow or a round dance, a feast, festivals, carnivals, watching hockey. Everyone loves hockey, right? So that's a good way to get your connection back into the community, because you want to try to get back into the norm of things. When things happen that are traumatic, you want to go to the things you used to go to and start to get yourself back into the norm. What's next? So muscle release, muscle tension release exercises. If you experience muscle tension in your traumatic experience, usually if you're in an accident or something traumatic happens, you freeze, you just kind of grab, your body tenses up. And so that's left in your body. And so how to get out of that is to find a quiet place and sit down and start focusing on relaxing your mind and body, breathing. And breathing is a really major thing, because in residential school, I remember holding my breath a lot. And it's like as soon as I heard a big sound or somebody yelling or someone had an authority voice, I'd freeze and my breath would stop, or it would be just really shallow. That was just a trigger from the past. And so I had to learn to start to breathe and expand my healthy belly here. Inhale and just let the air come in and out from your body, because all your body requires oxygen. And if you're breathing really shallow and you're going somewhere and you don't realize that you've been triggered, you're just tense walking around, and that's when you start to get pain in your shoulders, pain in your neck, pain in your back. So doing the muscle relaxation really helps in your body. So just release and visualize the tension going away, doing muscle work. Some people go to gyms, and it may be just to do light exercise, nothing really vigorous, because you have to be gentle with yourself. When you're going through trauma, be gentle with yourself and take care of yourself like you're taking care of your own child. When you go through trauma, it's very serious in a lot of ways, but you can take care of it with the help of and support of family and counselors and a lot of support. Here's some other tension exercises. So on your chair, just slowly tighten up your face. I want you to try this. Tighten up your face and then just let it go. Some of you might already have a tight face. So just let it go. If you're already squinting and going, when is she going to end? When is this going to be over? Just tighten your face and release it. And then also put your arms out there and tighten your arms, and then just let them relax. That's the tension release. And then tense up your shoulders and your chest, and then just let them go. And then tense up your legs and then relax them. Even stretch them out in front of you and tense them up and then let them go down. And then breathing. Breathe in and breathe out. Breathe in through your nose, breathe out through your mouth. If you do 10 full breaths a day, sometime in your day, you'll get enough oxygen into all your body. So if you get used to doing that, it's a good thing to do, and drinking water. So also stretching on a daily basis. And so you can, when you're stretching, you can just start from the top of your head all the way down to your feet. And you're just doing neck rotations and lifting your arms halfway and doing small rotations, lifting your arms straight up and do 5 small rotations. It's not like anything really exerting or anything. Stomach muscle breathing, hands on the hips and rotating around. And knee bends, lifting your knees back and holding onto your leg. And put hands on knees, and then you can also rotate your body with your knees. And then shaking your feet. That's what I'm going to do, because my foot was getting all tense up here. There's also something I do with some of the clients that I have at the Wellness Center is guided imagery and meditations. And these are also online. You can go on YouTube and you can click on meditations, and there's really beautiful music on there. And then it'll guide you. A person's voice will guide you through a meditation that'll relax your body from head to toe. And there's literally hundreds of different meditations. One of the other types of meditations for trauma that helps trauma is journey work. And that's regenerating your cells, because our cells, sometimes they hold trauma and they keep trauma, and the other ones grow and the other ones don't. Just like, has anyone, well, I don't know if anyone has had a tan. I was gonna say, I tan, I'm kind of light. Sometimes some people have tans and it goes away within 2 weeks, right? You ever wonder why it goes away after a couple of weeks in the fall when it starts getting cold? Like in the summer, I get really, really dark, and then towards the fall, I start to get lighter and lighter, and I'm going, hey, that's not fair. And what it is that your body, your eyes, you get a whole new eye in about 72 hours. You get a whole new liver. I think that's the one that takes the longest. I think it takes a couple days and you get a whole new liver. All the cells in your body regenerate themselves. Like this time next year, you'll have a totally different body, different from the one you have right now, because your cells regenerate themselves. But what was found was that when you have a traumatic event, those cells stay the same and they don't change, and they keep pushing those old memories towards you, and they say, you're still suffering, you're still suffering, you're still suffering. It just keeps saying this memory over and over again. And journey work is meditating and going in and finding that memory, opening it up and seeing what's there, and putting positive things in there and changing whatever you said in that memory, and then closing it back up, and then it changes you. And that's what I did for my trauma. A lot of my trauma has been healed that way. Or you can also go to a healer, and they can also do the same thing in our traditional ways. They also are the same type of healer, I believe. So meditations, relaxing, self-care, guided imagery, those are ways that trauma is also being healed. There's lots I could say about our indigenous healing methods. Because I came from a lot of trauma myself, I sought out all types of healing methods. And I have participated in different kinds. I used to live with Haudenosaunee, the Mohawk people out east, and they introduced me to sage and cedar bath, and also soaking my hair in it and clearing negativity, soaking my feet and my legs in cedar water, and also massage and different types of things like that that help clear away the things that I was suffering with at the time. And I'd say those are really ways that you can learn how to use those on your own, or have an elder show you. We also have, of course, our sweat lodges for purifications. We have people coming to our Holistic Wellness Center, and we give them names of elders to go see for those types of things. Prayer is also a really good thing to use. Prayer for everybody is always good. To release those old memories. And always use the proper protocols when you approach elders. Some of them require tobacco, and you have to just ask them what they need, and so they'll let you know. There are various tools that are used in these practices as well, and they vary from First Nation to First Nation. Some may use feathers, rocks, tobacco, shells, and rattles. In our office, we have Mary Rose Nataho, my cousin. She comes in and she teaches the 7 grandfather teachings to our Honoring Our Traditions group. And so she takes them through these individual teachings. In the oral history, she talks to them and shares with them. And on the right-hand side, I found these as Native American 10 Commandments. The earth is our mother, care for her, honor all your relations, open your heart and soul to the Great Spirit, all life is sacred, treat all beings with respect, and take from the earth what is needed and nothing more, and do what needs to be done for the good of all. And the last thing on this part of my presentation, how much time I have, is the medicine wheel. Just to show balance, that you need to have balance in yourself mentally, emotionally, spiritually, and physically. And you can easily, just check yourself. What are you doing physically? What are you doing emotionally? What are you doing in your thinking? And spiritually, what are you doing to keep balanced in your life? So that's the trauma portion, and I have lots of information at the back you can grab. Could I go on to the grief? So we're going to go over to the grief. It's not as long, it's just a shorter version. We offer grief edutherapy at the Holistic Wellness Center. And grief edutherapy, we've been doing that for maybe about 4 years, and we have about 4 groups a year, and each group is about maybe 13, 14 people at a time from all the communities come in, and they learn about grief. It's down there. So grief. This is a PowerPoint by my coworker, Sina Richmond. She's also a wellness coordinator, and she's letting me use her presentation. So why don't we talk about grief? There's like a quietness about it. How many have experienced the death of a loved one in the last 3 years? And have you received help with that loss? Long ago, before I took this training, people used to say, well, there's stages. You go through all these stages. First you go through denial, and then you're angry, and then you're this, and then you're depressed, and then you're good. And it's not true. I came to find out in taking the training that grief is very different for everybody. It's an individual experience and unique to each person. And today we have help, and you can recover from grief and from your loss. And there's a way that we deal with it. So what is grief? So the way we explain it, it's a broken heart. And sometimes what we do is we take a planter, one of those, I don't know what kind of material it's made, a ceramic planter. And what we do is we take it and we let it drop and we let it shatter to show how your heart breaks in so many pieces. And how are you going to get that back together again? Grief is the end of or change in what is familiar. Grief is the end of or change in what is familiar. So grief is the most powerful of all emotions and the most misunderstood and neglected experience. It's healthy to feel grief after loss. And we have first aid, CPR training. If someone is in the room, fell down and broke an arm, what would you do? Call 911. What do we do with a person who has a broken heart? Do we have a 911 for that? We have been taught about grief, and the ways most of us have been taught about grief are: don't feel bad, be strong for others, replace the loss, time heals, grieve alone, and keep busy. The hardest part of grieving can sometimes be everyone around the griever. They may not know what to do, what to say or to do. I know how you feel, or some of the things people mistakenly say is, God will never give you more than you can handle. They are no longer in pain. They are in a better place. There are plenty of fish in the sea, or you'll find somebody else. So some other things they might say are, be thankful you have another child, or you can have another child. Be grateful you've had them so long. They led a full life. Be strong for your spouse. And others are not prepared to help. They don't know what to say. They are afraid of our feelings. They try to change the subject. They don't hear us. They don't want to talk about death. They want us to keep our faith. Academy Award winning recovery. We want the approval of others. Fine is often a lie. We begin to experience a massive loss of energy. We experience a loss of aliveness, enshrinement, bedevilment. We don't have to say anything. We just have to be there to listen. Grievers don't ask for help. I just need you there. A big bear hug for you. I just got the 2-minute sign. So these are the old ways that we used to look at grief, but it can go at any, we are all unique and deal with grief in different ways, and it's totally fine. No matter which way you want to grieve, it's up to you. There's nothing wrong with you. Grief is normal and natural reaction to loss. These are the other things. End of a relationship. How many remember their first relationship? How many remember what it felt like when the relationship ended? How many can still picture him or her? How many have noticed that with each new relationship we think about getting hurt? Are we talking about grief? These are other losses, and I'm going to kind of go through it quickly. There's moving, loss of trust, marriage, and people often go into shock, and then there's numbness. There's problems with concentration, problems with sleep, not being able to sleep or sleeping too much. These are the effects or the responses. Roller coaster of feelings. Food, problems with eating all the time or no appetite. These are common responses which are normal. If they occur or for how long is different for everybody. Unresolved grief experiences that you carry with you until you acknowledge they exist and take action. These are AOBs. So these are other ways that we deal with grief. This is what we do. And often there's a pressure cooker. Missing someone is your heart's way of reminding you that you love them. Missing someone is about the you last time you see them, or the amount of time since your last talk. It's about that very moment when you're doing something and you wish they were right there with you. Do you want it to be different, better, more? The first step is to acknowledge there is unresolved grief. Time itself does not heal. It is what you do within that time that will help you complete the pain caused by the loss. And what is recovery? It's about feeling better, claiming your happiness instead of your circumstances claiming you, new meaning for living without the fear of hurting again, enjoying fond memories without feelings of hurt, and to feel sad sometimes and not to talk about it no matter how those around you react. And it means forgiveness of those that don't have knowledge of grief. And just learn about grief and look at and acknowledge the way your family has dealt with grief. Look at and acknowledge grief and loss across your lifetime, and pick one of the unresolved grief relationships and write a letter to that person. Read that letter out loud to one other person. And that's what we do at our office. So these are the things we say in the letter. I refuse to allow you to hurt me anymore. I will no longer blame you for. I choose to let go of my resentment. I choose to let go of my anger towards you. I forgive you for. I reject your blame for. And thank you. So when we can start working on recovery right away, it is never too soon. Thank you. There you go. I was kind of go quite fast, but our information is at the back if you want to read about it. We have lots of material. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Violet. Honestly, I've heard so many presentations, and you taught me at least 2 new things today. So thank you very much. Your presentation, I'm sure, touched everyone's heart. So we do have right now Tanya Capo, who's the community liaison for the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women National Inquiry, as well as she is being joined by Karen Snowshoe, one of the legal representatives of the inquiry. And so basically we're bringing technology to Prince Albert. Basically what we're going to be able to do is have the presentation by Tanya and Karen up on the screen. They're actually going to be able to see the audience, and it's going to be interactive. So if there's any questions by the families or anyone else that you would like to ask Tanya or Karen, we will be able to have a time after that in order to ask any questions you may have. Oh, we see a small face, almost a small face. Okay. Can we get the front lights turned down again, just so that we could see them better? Tanya, can you hear me?
How about now?
Oh,
sure you can hear me? Yes,
Tanya?
Yeah?
You can hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, it's Erica here.
Hi.
Hi, we're just trying to put you up on the screen. Just bear with us a couple minutes here.
Okay. So we can try to accommodate a few more moments of question and answer towards the end. Is it okay if I just start talking briefly while you get us on the screen? Is everyone able to hear me at least?
Yes, you are loud and clear.
Okay. So, hello, I'm Tanya Capo. I'm Karen Snowshoe. And we are joining you from Whitehorse. So we are in a bit of a public space right now. So there might be some background noise and things like that going on. We really wanted to make sure that we were available for your call, so this is what we can do at the moment. I want to start by reassuring you that this isn't going to be your only opportunity. So you'll be available after, like by phone or by email, to answer any questions that you aren't able to ask at this time, because we have a limited time available to be with you today. So in saying that, we have a couple of things to share with you. I'm going to talk a little bit about what the National Inquiry is doing right now, and maybe talk a little bit about what Families First means. And then Karen will talk to you about what the families can expect and how to be involved. So, part very quickly so that you're able to ask questions quickly if you have some time, okay? So first of all, what the National Inquiry is doing at the moment is we are trying to convene a series of regional advisory meetings. And the purpose of those meetings is a couple of reasons. One is to get out to the regions to give more detailed information about what we're doing. Part of that is to inform and talk about how families can be involved. Secondly, what that also is we're hoping an opportunity for us at the National Inquiry to hear from the regions about what the best way is to engage with First Nations communities, Métis communities, Inuit communities, urban communities, rural communities in terms of planning the upcoming hearings. So generally speaking, the regional advisory meetings are to prepare for hearings. So that's sharing information on how to participate, as well as getting information from communities about how we, the National Inquiry, need to do that in the most respectful and inclusive way possible. So that's what we're doing, and that's what we're actually doing here in Whitehorse right now. Today is the second day of our meeting, so that's why we're up here. And we're hoping to get things sorted out and scheduled, and Saskatchewan is on our list. I don't know at this point, I don't have any information to share with you about how that's going to look or where that's going to be, but we have been in contact with a number of groups and organizations in Saskatchewan to start this conversation. So that's basically what we are doing. And part of the regional advisories is following in line to Families First approach. And that comes from the idea that the families have been advocating for such a long time for the National Inquiry and having certain needs in relation to what their experiences have been as family members. So as much as possible, we are trying to be respectful to families about what their needs are and how they need to be met. So for example, health supports is an important part of the work that we do, and we always need to make sure that there's mental health, emotional health, and spiritual health and physical health supports available throughout the whole process. And that's to acknowledge and support the trauma and grief that many of the families are still working through. So that's where that's at right now. I'll turn it over quickly to my colleague Karen, and she could talk to you about families participating.
Thank you. Hello again from Whitehorse. My name is Karen Snowshoe. I'm one of the Commission Council, in other words, lawyers who are working with the National Inquiry. My home community is Fort McPherson, which is up in the Western Arctic. I'm Tedlit Wichin, and I'm currently living in Vancouver, BC, working with the Inquiry. As Tanya mentioned, we're here in Whitehorse for 3 days, meeting with families, and that's one thing I'd like to talk about is what we refer to as families. We're here to hear directly from families who've lost loved ones, and we're also here in Whitehorse to hear from survivors. When we use the term families, we have a very broad definition of what families means. So we like to use the term families of the heart. So the ways that families can participate in the inquiry is that, well, first of all, you don't need to be a direct blood relation. If you know, the families of the heart could be, say you have a adoptive family member woman or girl who's gone missing or who's been murdered, or maybe a foster family member, or maybe it's just been a survivors of violence. And really, the whole process here, I'll just give you an example for Whitehorse, is that we used to call it a hearing. So our first hearing, in other words, we now call them truth-finding gathering, will be held in Whitehorse May 30th, 31st, and June 1st. At that time, families of the heart and survivors will have the opportunity to share their experiences with the commissioners. And during that truth-finding gathering, there are a number of ways, a number of options for families of the heart or survivors to participate. Say, for example, if you have lost a loved one who's either missing or murdered, she's an Indigenous woman or girl, you can choose to testify, or you can choose, in other words, to share your experiences with the commissioners in public, with media present, but you have other choices. If you prefer to speak to the commissioners in private, we refer to that as in camera, then you can do that as well. There are other ways where you can share your experiences, for example, in private with statement takers. We'll have a number of statement takers available at the truth-finding gathering. And as Tanya mentioned, the inquiry will be traveling all across Canada. It just happens that Whitehorse is our first stop because the commissioners think it's important that we really have a chance to hear from northern voices, which typically may not, historically may have been left out. So there's also another way that families of the heart and survivors can participate in the inquiry, and that is to share their experiences through art, through poetry, through song, any artistic means. For example, here in Whitehorse, we have 4 different family members who will be sharing with us today through song. They've developed songs in memory of their lost loved ones, and they'll be sharing. That's their way of sharing their experience of what happened to their loved one, and also a way of honoring the loved one. So the inquiry not only wants to hear from families of the heart and survivors about what happened, the details, the facts of what happened, and any investigations that took place. But we also want to hear about your memories of your loved one. What were their strengths? Tell us about how they were resilient. We'd like to hear ways that you would like us to honor and commemorate your lost loved ones. So those are different ways to participate. And the other thing I just wanted to touch briefly on is that our Chief Commissioner and all the commissioners are committed to conducting this inquiry in what they call a good way, a respectful way, so that they will only go to communities where they are invited, and they will follow the local traditions, customs, the local laws of the communities that they go into. They will work with partnerships in communities. We will ensure that it's done in a safe and trauma-informed way. In other words, we work closely with health supports. We have a director of health. We have a community outreach team. We want to ensure that family members and survivors have supports in place to really support them through the process. Now, people might be a little bit nervous thinking, what does it mean, for example, when there's this truth-finding gathering, in other words, a hearing? What does it look like? Is it going to be like a courtroom? No, it's not. It's not going to be like a courtroom. And sorry, we're just being asked to. Sorry, do you need this right now? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, okay. Back.
Sorry about this.
No, sorry. You could just pick up that and move both of them.
Okay.
I'll just continue here. I'm sorry, there's just, we have to move just a bit here.
Can you fit? You can fit? Okay.
So this just...
Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, so this here just goes to show how flexible we are. So we have to be very flexible. For example, when we go into communities, we have learned to, how do I get in the picture? We've learned to go with the flow, be flexible with our surroundings. And I've now forgot what I was just talking about. Oh yes, so some people might think, oh, I'm a bit nervous about this inquiry and about participating. You know, is it going to be like a courtroom? What's it going to look like? Well, I can guarantee you that it will be a comfortable environment. Like, I wish you could see what the room looks like today. We're all sitting in a big circle. We have a fire. We have a sacred fire which is being held for the 3 days. There are fire keepers. We started with ceremony, we started with song, we started with prayer and welcomings from the local elders and the local traditional leaders on this territory. And so that's what we're committed to do, is to hear from you. For example, when the inquiry comes to Saskatchewan, I don't think they've determined yet which community, but for example, what would you like your hearing or truth-finding gathering to look like? What would you like the setup to be? What would be the most comfortable and respectful and relaxed setting, environment, location for you to participate? And that's what we're hoping to hear. So I'll now just go over to Tanya.
Okay, so I just wanted to add one of the other ways, or one of the other things I would encourage you to do, if you haven't already, is to try and sign up online through our website. There are a couple of different options to sign up. One of them is you can sign up and receive a newsletter. You can sign up and sort of be on an email list. And if you're on the email list, if you do the sign up for that, it asks you to identify yourself very generally, like it'll say family member, individual, organization. So depending on which one you identify yourself as, that'll be how we interact with you. So say, for example, if you identify yourself there as a family member, then we will approach you as a family member and make sure that you get information that's relevant and specific for family members. So I would encourage you to do that. It's on our website, www.mmiwg-ffada.ca. If you go to, I believe it's Contact Us, there you should see a little menu on the side, and it has these blanks that you fill in your name and email and address and contact and stuff. And on there's a little pull down that where you say family or individual or organization. So if you're able to do that, then that's how we know you want to be involved. And that does not equate automatically to you being involved in the inquiry, but it does give us a point of contact to you, so we can call you and say, we're coming to Saskatchewan. Do you want to come to this event? Or how do you want to participate? Because some people just want information, so we need to start gathering contacts and people's names so we can get in touch with them to make sure that they're included if they want to be, because this process is all voluntary. So I think with that, I'll leave our comments there. We don't got much time left, so I'm wondering if it's possible, if anyone has questions, would it be okay to suggest that they get written down and sent to us in an email, and then we can spend some time answering them that way, and they could be shared amongst participants that way, just so that everyone has a chance to ask their question, and since we don't got much time left. Anyone have any thoughts?
Okay, Tanya, first of all, I guess we should ask the crowd, Does anybody have questions for Tanya or Karen? I see one in the crowd. Anyone else? The website we can give to you, we have actually over, Kay and Tessa have over there. We have 2 questions. Do you have time for 2 questions, Tanya?
Yes, we'll take 2.
Okay, George, do you want to maybe go up to the microphone? This is George Moore, and he can introduce himself, and he's a family member as well. He's also one of the elders from our northern communities.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. As I was introduced as an elder from Northern Saskatchewan, yes, I lost my auntie in northern Manitoba, actually, in Flin Flon, Manitoba, in the mid-60s. And that's why I'm here today. But I have a comment, not so much as a question. It's a comment to, suggest improvements or suggest ideas to the commissioners about maybe involving an elders advisory council. I've been involved in a lot of major corporations recently, and they're starting to endorse the concept of advisory councils. In addition to the work you're doing, I think you should have an advisory council, a national advisory council, to advise you from time to time to ensure that we get a complete picture of what happened to our loved ones. So that's my comment for now, and I'll restrict it at that. Thank you.
Yes and no. Okay. So I'm going to take back your suggestion and advice to have an elders advisory council. At the moment, we do have a grandmother circle, but those are elder grandmother women who are there to support the commissioners throughout their work. So I'm definitely going to bring this recommendation back to the commissioners, to their attention to consider. I know in the inquiry's terms of reference, there is the opportunity to do things like that. So we'll definitely be bringing that forward. Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have Michelle Burns, who's from Sturgeon Lake, as well as James Smith. And she has a question for you, Tanya and Karen.
Hi, I just feel real nervous. My question is, I'm raising the daughter of Monica Lee Burns. If anybody knows, she passed away 2 years ago, 2015. My question is, what are you guys doing for the children that are, because I'm raising her daughter, and I know a couple other women that have children, and their children have been lost in the system and stuff. So I'm doing my best. I've had her for 6 years, and it just worries me, or I think about all the moms and the daughters and the sons that are kind of the ones that were left behind. Another one is just give me a moment. In the justice system, the way our loved ones are say they go to court, and the way these crown prosecutors and these lawyers talk about our Indigenous women, they need to be more sensitive, because I'm okay. Because that falls back on their children. My niece, she read the article of her mom and how she was bludgeoned to death. She's 10 years old. So I can't imagine how the ones that are growing up reading about their mother and they're even the boys, the men that are murdered. That's just my question. I don't know if you can answer that right now, but thank you for listening.
Sure. Thank you for that. And I'd just like to extend my deepest condolences and about your family member, and I just want to acknowledge the strength and courage that it took you to stand up and speak, and how important that is that you're speaking on behalf of your loved one, your sister, and what an important role that you've taken on in terms of caring for her children. This is something that we've heard here in Whitehorse, is how do we involve the children? That's a very important piece. How do we involve the children in our process, and how do we involve the children in a good way? And we're also hearing something very similar. I just want to acknowledge what you said about how perhaps investigative processes, police, etc., RCMP, talk about our women, treat our women. That's something that the inquiry takes seriously. We're looking into developing what's called a forensic review team to start looking at how cases were handled, starting to look at patterns of what worked and what didn't work across the country. So thank you for mentioning that. And I guess all we can do right now is focus on hearing your recommendations. I mean, not right now, maybe it's something you can think about, but how could we involve the children? How could we involve the children in terms of this inquiry?
Yeah, I think part of being involved in the national inquiry is to not only talk about what happened and how it happened and to commemorate the lost loved one, but to also take recommendations from families of the heart about what needs to be done beyond this. So you want to involve children? Yes, we want that too. What can we do for them after? We don't know. We want to hear from you through processes of the hearings, the fact-gathering, truth-telling missions, the submissions that anyone makes, the statement taking about what it is that you need. How is it that you need to be supported to be able to give the support to the children that are left behind? I know that's not an answer right now. Part of the national inquiry work is to help find the answers and to hear about what the needs are moving forward. So if at any time you have any recommendations about how to involve children, we'd be more than happy to hear them.
Hey. I guess I just wanted to finally mention that we're really counting on families and survivors to contact us. So again, if it's possible to go to the website, there's a very easy email. It's, if you'd like to be involved in the inquiry, it just takes an email, a phone call. I don't know, do you have a phone number? Sure,
Yep.
The phone number. There are a couple of emails. There's a toll-free number. There's also a crisis line, which is available, because we acknowledge that even just starting to discuss these things may trigger and cause emotions to come up. So I just want to acknowledge that. And all it takes is for you to reach out to either our email and phone call, and somebody from the inquiry will follow up with you and be able to talk to you one-on-one over the phone about ways to participate and to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. We realize that time is short. However, one lady just has one more question. Could you accommodate her, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Melinda Natahal, and I'm from Montreal Lake, Saskatchewan. About going on 3 years, I lost my granddaughter through suicide, And she had 2 children. The baby was under 2, so I don't know whether if it's lucky or sad that she'll never remember her mother. The little boy was 6. And shortly after his mom's death, he kind of wandered around the reserve. And finally, I decided I would take him in. And he's now turned 8. And I hope to God I live another 10 years, because I'm 72 now, and I would like to see him grow up. But my problem is when these young children that age lose their parents, they are totally lost. And other than putting them into a white man's home, I would like to suggest that there be homes established on the reserves for either adoption or what's that other word? Like I say, I'm getting old, I forget. Foster care, yes. And I know it's been done before, and I really haven't heard anything about on-reserve foster homes lately. So if that can be established again somehow, that would be really great. And that's about all I'd like to say. I love my grandbabies so much, I don't think I'd ever give them up now, but you know, there are not too many families that have extended families like mine that could look after a little child like that. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Tanya and Karen, we appreciate the time that you've taken to speak with our group here. I think we could kind of see the background, and it looks like a beautiful day in the northern, our northern lands up there. And I'm sure you're breathing much cleaner air than we are down here. But we wish you...
That was the Yukon River, and Whitehorse actually has the best air quality in the world.
Yes, I can absolutely believe it. So we have, just to let you know, we have over 100 people here today. We have over 20 families represented, both men and women. And we've had a wonderful day. We've had a wonderful day, and we look forward to continuing our talks with you and welcoming you to Saskatchewan next month. So could we give Tanya and Karen a round of applause, please?
Thank you so much for inviting us.
And safe travels, and may Creator God be with you as you're traveling and taking care of you as you're doing this very important work. So thank you very much, and talk soon.
Okay, bye.
Okay, that was kind of heavy. Can we maybe take a 10-minute break? And we're going to try and see if we have Myrna on the phone. So for the rest of the day, this is how it goes, is we'll have our break. Myrna may or may not be able to join us. I sound really loud and echoey right now. And we're going to be doing our moment of acknowledgement for those family members who have gone missing and or murdered or experienced violence. Dr. McKay McNabb will be doing her presentation, and then we'll call it a day. So that should probably take about an hour more. So, we have some more door prizes here, so I'll let the Women's Commission come up here and give out some goodies.
Okay, good afternoon. We're going to do 10 more draws. And I also would like to thank the presenters that we had after lunch. So the first name is Talon Lone Thunder. Tina Cook. Is Tina Cook around? Darcy Campo. Is Darcy Campo around? Lyle Ballantyne. It's gone? Okay. Julie Pitzel. Yeah, she'll bring it to you. We'll bring it to you, Julie. Julie, just put that down. There's two here. Bertha Ray. Bertha Ray. Candace Sanderson. Again. Shake that up a bit.
What did you get last time?
Joanne Whitecap. Joanne Whitecap, here she comes. Vera. Vera? Vera. 769. Mandy Sanderson.
They're all
We'll try and call a name on this side now. Okay. George Moran. Oh, yeah. Dion Duchette. Are you Dion? No, that's my wife. Oh, okay. Dee Lone Thunder. Yeah. Okay, thank you. And we'll do the rest of the door prizes after the last speakers. Thank you very much.
All our visitors got gifts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
presentations. I think this is for the next presenter. But if we miss any people, there's extra copies.
Okay, awesome. Can you grab a pen over there? Just, Corey, do you have a pen? Okay, we're going to continue on with our day. Is everybody ready? Okay, I would like to ask Mr. Adam back up here, if he doesn't mind. What we have added in our agenda is we would like to honor and acknowledge the families as well as their loved ones who have experienced extreme violence or have gone missing and murdered. And so what I'm going to do as soon as we have everybody back at their places of sitting, and so if you don't mind doing that, I'm going to read out the names of the people that were given to us as a time of acknowledgement, as well as Mr. Alan Adam has also agreed to provide us a song of comfort for the families as we go through this time of whether it's grieving or whatever we're going through right now. So I'll give 20 seconds for us to all get back to our seats. It takes an immense amount of courage for you as family members to trust us who have put ourselves out as helpers to come and sit and share and to learn and to honor your family member who has either, like I said, experienced that type of an extreme form of violence, who have gone missing and or murdered, or who have been murdered. And we don't take that lightly. We know that they are here with us if they've already gone on, and we are here holding space for them if they are still missing and we don't know where they are and they have yet to come home in whatever form that may be. It's something that we know that you all as family members live with moment by moment, hour by hour, and we respect and acknowledge that. So we wanted to have a time today where we honor you as family members, where we say thank you, where we prayed with you today, we will continue to pray with you, where we will recommit to you as helpers and yourselves, hopefully as family members, to continue to be supports and good, healthy helpers on this issue. At this time, I'm going to read out the names, if we can please stand, of those who have either experienced extreme violence, missing, and or murdered. We have in the audience today a lady who has touched all of our hearts, Marlene Bird. We have Monica Lee Burns, family, these are all family members of those who we're acknowledging. Monica Lee Burns, Leon Roger Aheneque, otherwise known as Doc, Morgan Doucette, Michelle Sanderson Cusance, Ovid and Lillian McIntyre, Noel Jonaire, Blanche Bird, Billy Dean Dumais, Simon Daniel Bird, Bradley Carlos Starr, Abby Halkett, Krista Kenny, Timothy Charlette, Alicia Nawakawes, sorry, I think I butchered that a little bit, Gilbert McCollum, Shirley Lone Thunder, Happy Charles, Margaret Opunachow, Courtney Johnstone, and Cynthia Louise Sanderson. They are all in our hearts today, and we recommit ourselves to always doing our best in their memory. Alan, if you don't mind.
I'm just going to sing that song I sang earlier, the Creator song, and sing prayers for family members who are still here today, loved ones, either murdered or missing, both the men, women, adults, children, and even the old people that have gone missing. Time that I family, my auntie went missing, years old in Uranium City, early 1970, 1975. She was found outside in the middle of winter, and that was the time that I've ever experienced. For most of you, it's probably been all your life, not a new phenomenon. Here, whatever problems started to rise. Say again, just prayers for everyone again, for all of you, and everyone here today for this. And the only song I know me, another song that I'll sing at the end, well, healing for us, go on strong, help each other in a good way. Ask the grandfathers and the grandmothers, spirit world, ease our pain as well. We always invite them in to help us and to guide us, carry us during the hard times, show us the way we are struggling. Song helps do that.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so much. We are still having the technical difficulties, and Miss Myrna, and in her window that she was able to adjust the crowd today. So she has committed to being there for our next family gathering, which will be the day before the Prince Albert Grand Council Walk. She'll probably have a lot more to relay to the families anyway, because they've only had the one meeting thus far, at which time the family members were chosen. So she will have more information next time as it is. Before we go to, we have one more presentation, and then we'll be wrapping up our day. I would like to introduce Dr. Kim McKay-McNabb, who has an extensive background in grief and trauma, as well as self-care. And she has been helping us and working on this issue for several years, and I know in her own private practice, she's been working on this issue with family members as well. So we're very pleased to have her set aside time, and honored for her to set aside time for her to come and work with us. And here's Dr. McKay-McNabb.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Kim McKay-McNabb, and I'd like to thank you for the welcome to your territory. I'm originally from Treaty 4 territory. My home reserve is Sakamay, but I've lived with my husband, who's from George Gordon's, for 26 years, so I consider that more of my home. When we were younger, we used to travel up north. My parents would always take us for the summer. We would leave as soon as school was over, and we wouldn't go back home in Regina for the whole summer. And we were raised up in the bush, up in past Meadow and sometimes around Green Lake. And I can always remember one of my aunties, when they went fishing. I was the youngest girl of 5 sisters, and I had a younger brother. But I was the one that was tasked to go grab the fish. My auntie would fish every morning, and she would keep them on the line, and then when it was time for them to be cooked, I would be having to go down and grab them, and I was so afraid lifting those fish out of the water. But I sure learned a lot from that old woman. I really do remember how to fillet a fish. I remember how to fish, and I really recall a lot of those memories. I try to take my children, I have 5 children, 4 sons and a daughter. I try to take my children back to that area where we used to fish, and there's no longer waters there that we can fish in. So the lands have changed a lot. But as I recall that as a young girl, that's one of the memories I have of the North. Every time I come up here and I see the trees, I just feel like I'm kind of at home, because most of our summers were spent in the North. Thank you for the prayers this morning, for the songs that were shared. As Erica mentioned, I, as a psychologist, have worked with many of the families. I've attended many of the gatherings since the inquiries have started. I've been in Regina, Saskatoon, Winnipeg, Prince Albert, a couple other areas as well. So just so you know, I know some of the families in the audience right now, and I'm really thankful that we're starting to move forward on this. And I appreciate the presenter earlier. She had a lot of humor she was using in regards to talking about grief and trauma, and I really appreciated that. This afternoon, I'm going to end the day with some self-care. That's one of the things that, for sure, we as women, we do not take care of ourselves as well as we should. We tend to take care of everyone else. I know as a mother, as a wife, I really used to take care of my family's needs much more than I did myself. And then I realized that I had to take care of myself because my mother died at a young age, and we don't have old people in our family. And that made me realize I had to take better care of my health so that I could be that old person for our grandchildren. I have 3 granddaughters and 1 on the way. I'm hoping secretly that it's a boy. Oh no, and this is running live, so they're gonna hear me say that. But self-care, I'm gonna go through different tips today about self-care. I know earlier our presenter talked about historically as families, we really did historically come together as a community. And this is one of the things, unfortunately, with the tragic events that have happened with our communities, this is something that's bringing us together. And our old people would say, you know, this is how we used to do things, come together, work together on a cause such as this that is very traumatic and very challenging, but we're coming together to support one another. And please, please take that time to take care of yourself. Historically, we've had, men had traditional roles, women had traditional roles, and our communities had traditional roles. And what I mean by that is similar to what the presenter earlier today talked about. As a woman, I was raised up by my family, but I wasn't given some of the phenomenal life teachings that I was able to give my daughter when she became a woman. And she fasted for a year, and she got to have 4 aunties that were brought in once we got her through that first year when she started her moon time and she became a woman. And those aunties shared with her lots of important things about what to do with herself. That's something that I didn't get as the youngest of 5 girls, and I really am appreciative that I've done that with my daughter, and I'll continue to do that with my granddaughters. Of course, our sons, they have that go on the land and learn how to hunt, so I really appreciate that as well. But I think there's going to be changes with my grandchildren, and coming together at things like this will help empower us as a community to take care of one another. One of the definitions of self-care, I'm moving this closer. And if anybody wanted copies of this presentation, it's here at the front, if anybody wanted them. The definition of self-care is thank you, is any activity that an individual, family, or community does with the intention of improving or restoring health or treating or preventing a disease. And as I indicated earlier, I really didn't take care of myself till I was in my mid-30s, and I identified that, and that's mine too. I have tea and a drink up here. Thank you, though. I didn't really take care of myself, and I realized in my 30s that I needed to start doing that. And one of the things that I started to do, which I'd never done in my life before, was to take care of my physical health. I actually have enrolled in what they call the Spartan races, and those are obstacle races where you run through, you run through mud, you climb hills, you do monkey bars like the kids. Take my grandkids to the park, think, oh, I used to do the monkey bars as a kid, no problem. For 300 sessions. I haven't done that since. In 2016, I successfully completed 200 sessions. I really appreciate doing that for self-care because it really, with the work that I do, as a clinician, as a therapist, I work with our people who are struggling through a lot of challenges. And what I do is I take that with me at the end of the day and I leave it through a process, a ritual that I do at work, but I also know I have to take care of me up here. And when we go through trauma, we really have to take care of ourselves so that we can leave things. And one of the things I say at yoga is I just leave it all on the mat. That's one of the things I do for self-care. Self-care can be as simple as just taking time out. We really don't have a quiet world anymore. We live in technology. An example of that is this live feed. You can go right onto the internet. Technology is amazing when we need it, but we also need to take time away from our technology because it really doesn't allow us to take that time, that private time for ourselves to really reflect on what our needs are. What do we need? Meditation, the presenter earlier talked about it, and it's something I do in my practice, often at the end of a session. Sometimes we'll begin with prayer and end with prayer, or we'll open with a smudge, close with a smudge. We also do meditation in sessions, because once you can start shutting down your mind and focusing more on yourself, maybe using prayer through meditation, it's really helpful for your mood. Psychologists have identified that trauma is directly related to symptoms of anxiety and symptoms of depression. We also have the post-traumatic stress disorder. There's lots of different areas of mental health that we experience through trauma. And unfortunately, we as Indian people, we tend to have a large amount of traumatic events that happen in our lives. I know in my family, we went through 3 traumatic deaths within a short period of time, and knowing the women in the family, we had certain roles we had to play, and we didn't take time for that grief and that loss. So we have to remember to do those things. So meditation, at the end of the presentation, you'll see 2 links that I found on YouTube that I like to use. So I would encourage you to link up on those. So I want to ask you guys, anybody, just shout it out there. What do you guys do for self-care? Take a bath, that's a good one. I love baths. Epsom salts, go for walks, yes. Anything else? Those are great examples, great examples. Thank you for sharing. Yep. Bingo, yes, yes, yes. Coming from a person that used to really enjoy it, and yesterday I was actually trying to make it up here in time to hit up the bingo because they were teasing about it. I actually enjoy it, yeah. What's that? A kokum nap, yes. That's also another good one. And a mushroom nap for the males, yeah, we got good naps happening. Those are really good to do. One of the things I'm going to challenge you guys to do to take away from today is to make a list for yourself about things that you don't normally do or haven't normally done. I know a lot of people talk about it as a bucket list. I know for myself and my husband, I travel a lot for the work that I do, but he does not. He's a teacher back home. And we started to make a bucket list of things we wanted to see. And for him, he wants to come back up north on his list. So I'm really thankful he's doing that. I'm thinking more about the world. I want to go see something far away, but I don't want to take a plane for 10 hours. But I would encourage you to make a bucket list for yourself to kind of do things before you get too old to really enjoy them. I really encourage you to do that. If you start to focus your mind on something that you want to do, we as Indian people, when we set out an intention, we make that intention happen. So that's one thing we have as a strength in our communities. When we say something, we follow through and we make it happen. So promise yourself you're going to do that. Yep. Yes, 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 yes. Everybody heard her. She's going to do some skydiving. I think that you're very brave. I think I would have to have someone to push me out of the plane because I don't know if I could possibly do the skydiving. Self-care is about maintaining your own personal well-health. It's about influencing your mood. For sure, if you do something for yourself, your brain reacts to it and you start to get really feel-good feelings that happen. One of the first lines of defense that we have in regards to treating anxiety and depression now is to get yourself 15 minutes of exercise. I often tell people, you have stairs in your house, go do laundry, run up and down those stairs a couple times. You get that feel-good feeling in your brain and it really improves your mood. And the time to do that is when you're not feeling like it, when you just want to sit there. Like sometimes I go home and want to be a couch potato. I really push myself when I'm feeling that way because I know that my mood can really relapse and I can really go into disconnecting and isolating. And you have to really be aware of how to take care of yourself so that you don't do that. We know self-care is different for everybody. When we all woke up today, we all fixed our hair a little bit, brushed our teeth, got dressed. That's considered self-care. But I think that what I want you guys to take away from today is taking those extra steps to really take better care of yourself. Treat yourself how you would treat your children, your grandchildren, your significant other, because we tend to treat other people better than we treat ourselves. For some other activities, you may want to write, bead, draw, hunt, fish, go out on the land. I think that's the best place for us to go. And actually, one of the biggest pieces that I'm working on, we're working on a healing center in the south. One of our first, because the north has a lot of healing centers. Compared to the south, we don't have any. And one of the things I'm talking about is have more land-based things that we can do on the land, because the land is healing. The Mother Earth heals us. If we're on the land, we feel better immediately. When we get out of this room today and we get that air outside and our feet are on the ground, we feel better. It just is what it is. So self-care is taking little steps like that. Some of the challenges I've said earlier is taking care of ourselves. We often put others before ourselves. Sometimes we feel guilty. We feel really guilty if we take that time for ourselves. And for people like myself, I'm consistently working and I work really hard at what I do, but I have to admit doing 200 sessions of yoga last year took a lot of organizing, considering the amount of travel and things that I do. So if you can work really hard or do things that you do every day, you should be able to set aside an hour every day for yourself. And I would tell you that that's a gift that you can give to yourself, that you shouldn't feel guilty about taking that time for you. We know that if you do that, you're going to feel better emotionally, spiritually, mentally, and physically. With so much going on in our lives, it can be tough for us to maintain those self-care routines. And certainly I don't want you to leave today and say, okay, I have to do 10 things this week for myself. One of the things I really suggest you do is just take it 1 week at a time, starting with 5 minutes every other day. And if you can take it for the first week, doing something you haven't done for 5 minutes every other day, you consistently increase that by 5 more minutes. By the end of the first month, you're doing something for yourself every other day for 15 minutes. And any psychologist or mental health therapist will say that will definitely improve your mood. Research tells us that. And in order to develop a routine, we know you have to do it for 21 to 30 days. And once you develop a routine and it's missing, like if I miss my Tim Hortons run, I don't like that. I know I've missed it. It's my routine. You know, once we make a routine, it's something that we normally do, and within a month, you're going to be able to take care of yourself with self-care by doing it in a month. Sleep is really important for self-care. This is one of the areas that I've found with a lot of my clients that come to see me that they are not getting the appropriate amount of sleep. Oftentimes when we suffer through a trauma or a loss or we're worried about something, when we try to go to bed at night, we start thinking about things. Often with grief, it's the would'ves, could'ves, should'ves. Those tend to ruminate in our mind over and over again. So one of the things I would suggest for your sleep hygiene, to develop a routine to really stop your mind from going. One of the first tips I would suggest is when you go to bed at night and you're still thinking about things, keep a sheet of paper and a pencil or a pen beside your bed. And when you're consistently still thinking about whatever it is that you're thinking about, write it down and tell yourself you'll get to that tomorrow. It's a very good way to be able to stop your mind from thinking. And yeah, it's going to take some work and it's not as easy as just writing it down, but it does over time. If you consistently do that, it will help you have better sleeps. And when you do develop that routine, I have to say I've had the best thoughts at night before I go to bed. I have to say it's either there or while I'm in the shower, and I write things down, and it really does help me follow through on things that I shoulda, coulda, woulda did. If your mind is very active, one of the things I suggest to have a routine to calm your mind, take that bubble bath that you talked about, shut yourself off from distractions. Shut your phone off. Lots of people will put their phones beside their beds, plug them in, charge them right beside their bed. I'm highly suggesting that you don't do that. You put your phone on silent and you put it in another room so that you get a restful sleep. Because we live in a world today where consistently on. I do sessions with community groups where I go in to do a session and I have a basket and I tell everybody to put their phones in the basket. There's a lot of tension when I do that, right? Right? Because we're so used to having our phones with us and checking them. And that's one of the things that I suggest my husband does with the students that he's teaching, because they're consistently going. And we have to slow our minds down. We have to try to really reduce the way that our thoughts go if we're trying to really relax for the night and get ourselves in a good night's rest. Oftentimes, once you develop your sleeping habit and you're able to evolve over time with making sleep a priority, you will get better rest. We used to say get 6 to 8 hours of rest a night and that was good. Now they're suggesting that 8 hours is a minimum amount of sleep that you should be getting. We used to say 6 to 8, so everybody should be sleeping 8, and not everybody does that. There we go, sorry about that. Many activities that people choose to do before bed can really trigger some symptoms of anxiety, stress. People will check out their social networks before they go to bed. They'll check emails. I really suggest you try to reduce doing that. Don't scroll through your phone before you go to bed, because it will then, number one, they say inside of our phones there's a particular blue light that's behind the screen, kind of like what I have here on my laptop, and that color will typically really ignite your brain and awaken you. So some people will look at their phones, put it aside, and then they can't rest. That's one of the reasons that they say that our phones are really waking us up. So it's up to you to develop a good sleep routine. It's based on the amount of sleep you require. Sometimes people say that they can prepare for bed for 15 minutes before bed. I would suggest you try to do it for an hour. You know, some people work right till they have to go to bed, and they fall into bed and then they expect to go to sleep right away, and your body's saying, what are you doing? We were just doing a whole bunch of stuff. I can't do that. You gotta train your brain to relax and rest. Put on jammies. Light a candle, play some music. If you have a significant other, talk about your day. People don't tend to do that face-to-face very much anymore. They'll text each other while they're in the same room. So try to have that quality time face-to-face with your loved ones that you're living with, to have that. Research suggests that if we have a TV in our room, it's very unhealthy. If you have a television in your bedroom, who has a television in their bedroom? Hands up. Oh, there's a couple brave people out there, yeah. Who checks their phones right before bed while they're in bed? Who does that? Hands up. Yeah, quite a few out there too. See, that's something that maybe today you could take away, is shutting the TV off. So if you do have a TV in your room, it's good to shut it down an hour before bed. I know that that's one of the challenges. I personally don't want a television in my room, but my husband does. So you know what they say about a marriage, right? You have to go 50-50. You have to try to, get along. I'd like to throw that out of my room, but I can't. And it's something that I cope with. So my husband's a teacher and he goes to bed very early. My mushum is in bed by 9:30, so I have more time for myself to shut the TV off and get ready for bed. So doing little things like that. Switch off your electronic devices because they stimulate your brain. Part of stimulating your brain, the light on the devices, which I said earlier, can emit that kind of, interfering with your internal body clock. And I've already talked about this. So just thinking about your bedtime routine, try to take the electronics out of it. Some individuals suggest that the reasons they cannot sleep relate to having a busy mind and their thoughts are ruminating. Some of the things that I would suggest, as the presenter earlier did, she also talked about meditation. I have some clips that will guide you through meditation. Meditation is kind of hard to do. When I was training in my PhD, I had to do meditation with another student that was training with me. And they had split us into a group of, there was 10 of us, so we went off 2 by 2 by 2 by 2. And we had to come back in to show how we could meditate in front of our instructor. And my partner and I went in to do this meditation, and we got our grades back, and we got 5 out of 10, and my instructor said that you guys did the fastest meditation ever, and that's not what meditation is about. So it's a very challenging process to do. I know with prayer it's different. I know I ground myself a lot with prayer, but I also know with our mind, if you're able to take some time to really slow your mind, as the presenter earlier said, she said that your body gets tension when we go through trauma, and we carry a lot in our muscles, and we have muscle memory that really tenses us up. So if you could possibly find a way to really slow down your mind, your body, your soul, your spirit, your physical health will improve, and your mind-body connection will improve. And it really does assist to really make you feel better. I also have on this slide how to stop particular thoughts when you go to sleep. So if you get the presentation just behind Corey here, you can see that link there. Self-care is really just taking care of yourself, taking care of your thoughts, taking care of your physical health. Yes? That is very true. That is very true. And I would want, because my husband's a diabetic for the last 25 years, I'll talk to you a little bit after about something that he worked on, that he's only up once a night now. It took a lot of practice, but it helps him sleep better. He doesn't get as much. I would also say that would be with pregnant moms. They would have to get up a lot more. I would also say individuals with other health concerns would also not have a full night's sleep. So the average person should get anywhere from 6 to 8 hours sleep a night. I also know that your brain, if it gets the REM sleep, if you can get past the 2 hours and get into the REM sleep, your body does recover and your brain recovers, and you do get a little bit of rest there. They also say for the cookum naps or the mushum naps that we're taking, we should only take those for 15 minutes. I don't know how I could do that, but 15 minutes is what's going to make us feel good. If we sleep longer than that 15 minutes during the day or the evening for our naps, then we're really not going to get a good rest at night, and it doesn't encourage our brains to rest. So those are some other tips about taking naps. Nutrition. This is an area that when I work with some of my clients who have been through trauma, they don't feel like eating. They don't feel like eating, or some are eating too much. We know nutrition is really important for your body, and it's really important for your mind. Healthy nutrition means eating 3 meals a day and having snacks in between, and limiting yourself to sugary drinks or caffeinated drinks. Those will really bring you up, and then you'll crash later on in the day. Healthy eating habits like breakfast, supper, lunch with snacks. We know that you should not skip meals, and I have to say, as a graduate student doing my PhD, I was working full-time and I had younger children. Back in those days, I went for a full day without eating, 10 hours, because the day was so busy I never realized it. But I also know when I used to do that to my body, I was not healthy, and I wasn't very healthy for my family. And at the end of the day, I was really physically sick. After a period of time, I got really sick from not taking care of my nutrition. So I would suggest you guys really try to fit in eating regular so that your mind, body, soul, spirit, it gets better. One thing, if you are too busy or you're feeling depression or you have anxiety, your mental health isn't doing well, I would suggest writing down in a journal or a diary or texting yourself when you ate and what time you ate and what you ate. I've been working with individuals that have lost family members that have went days without eating and went days without sleeping, and that's not healthy at all. And I can completely understand why that happens, but these are the tips that I'm trying to suggest today so that you can take away some of these tips to help your body, mind, soul, spirit recover and take it. I always tell the clients that I work with down south, just take every day, hour by hour, if you have to, just to get through the day, and really try to focus on feeding yourself and getting some rest and supporting each other in that way. Exercise. We know for sure if you get some exercise, I know the presenter earlier presented it, and I'll say it also, exercise is a really important self-care tip. Set small goals, very, very small goals. If you're not active now, even just going for a walk for 10 minutes, will really improve your mood. Find forms of activity that are fun and enjoyable, and one of the things that they talk about is if you recruit a buddy or a friend, you're going to be more responsible to yourself by doing it. So get an exercise buddy. Say you're going to go, for a walk or whatever you end up deciding to do. It's really important. But most important is be patient with yourself. When you start to do something for yourself, we often give up, or things get busy, or people are more important than yourself. I hope you take away from today's session that you're important and you need to take care of yourself. Give yourself the permission to say no. This is something I learned in my mid-40s. I really was a yes person. I was working full-time, going to school full-time, raising 5 kids, being a wife, being in activities, volunteering my time, and that's too much. We need to know how to say no. I know within my family we have a sibling that passed away early, and her children are on their own and we try to support them. We have another family member. You want to support your family, but you also have to remember that sometimes you have to say no. And that's the hardest part. You have to really have healthy boundaries and know that you can do a lot for your loved ones, but sometimes it can be too much. We actually have a term that we use. We call that codependency. And if you can identify that you're doing too much for somebody else and not yourself, you might want to check yourself and see if that's something that you are doing. That's also another area that it might not be the best, healthiest way to take care of yourself. Learn about the value of setting boundaries. That's really difficult. We really have to keep ourselves in check of what does a healthy boundary look like. And really, if I could suggest healthy boundaries in regards to relationships, really are being able to say no to somebody and not walking away with guilt. Because we always feel that guilt. So when you say no, you want to do something but can't, don't have the time, you've done a lot already. Be okay with saying no, and if you feel guilty about it, then do something for yourself, for self-care, because that's more about your stuff, not about the saying no, because the person probably thought, hey, you've done this, this, and this. That's okay, I'll ask somebody else. So be okay with saying no. Expectations for self-care. We tend to be our own worst enemies. We always think about the things that we shoulda, coulda, woulda did. When we look in the mirror in the morning, we often, most people will say we have flaws. I always suggest that people look in the mirror in the morning and tell yourself how beautiful you are. One of the things I learned throughout the work that I do is that before I get out of bed is I pray. I pray for the day. Before I go to bed at night, I pray for the night. I smudge a lot throughout the day. I try to keep my mind clear, and I think that's important, to find something that really works for you, to be able to take care of yourself and lower your expectations for yourself. Sometimes I think you can try to stop thoughts that automatically highlight your challenges and replace those with positive thoughts. We do that a lot in cognitive behavioral therapy in the work that I do. Sometimes I would suggest writing down a list of expectations that you might have for, let's say, a birthday of a family member or something during the holiday season, and review your list, see if it's realistic. So I'm planning a surprise barbecue for somebody, and I've kind of inviting a whole bunch of people. But then I'm worried that now I'm inviting so much people, there's not going to be enough things. So I'm kind of navigating that through, okay, you kids do this, you kids do that, friends do that, and really managing it so that I'm not doing everything, because I have to admit, when I was younger, my mother died when I was young, and my older sisters didn't put on the Christmas dinner and I had to, and I was feeding up to 100 people at Christmas time. And I really learned how to cook a lot of food really fast. But I also realized over the years that we have lots of women and men in our family that cook. And so now I'm very okay with saying, you bring a turkey, you bring a ham, you bring a roast beef, you do a bag of potatoes. But before, I used to do it all. And those expectations were too high. I should not have did it all. But That's my life experience I'm sharing with you folks so that you can maybe change up how you do your gatherings in your family. Some areas of self-care that I do in the work that I do, I definitely use my psychology background with all the Western information that I learned in academia, but I tend to lean more upon the traditional teachings that I'm still learning. I really do appreciate our elders and our knowledge keepers and the stories that I've been told over time. One of the most significant gifts that was given to me was I went up to Buffalo Narrows with my younger boys, with my boys' dad's family, and I was picking berries in the bush, and I had my little 2-month-old strapped to the front of me, and I had my 2-year-old, and I was pulling him along, and the old lady kind of just grabbed my arm, and she made me go right down to his eye level, and then she was Dene speaking, I was not, and she was communicating to me to get on my son's level so that he could understand what I was saying rather than pulling him along. That teaching really stuck with me, and I carry it to this day. So we as Indian people have a way of communicating that's different. And I think in academia I learned a lot of ways about how to communicate, how to take care of other people, but I think the teachings that I receive from our people on the land are more significant in the work that I do. Spirituality consists of having a connection to our traditions and our ceremonies that heal. Spirituality also includes faith-based supports such as attending church and having supports that way. Spirituality comes in many different ways. Some of the strategies I'll talk about for stresses in your life come to the understanding that we can't control everything in our lives. I know that's really hard to come to terms with, but we can't control things. And when we feel out of control, that's a big challenge. It creates a lot of stress. And psychologically, you get what we call the general adaptive syndrome, where your heart starts beating faster, you start getting a little bit sweaty, your fight or flight. We're built as human beings when stress comes or we hear a really loud noise to startle, right? So some of the things in regards to stress, we know that stress is the #1 reason why we're battling diabetes in our communities. Stress is directly related to diabetes. Stress is directly related to heart disease, lung disease. We know that there's a lot of diseases related to stress, so we know that. So one of the things that I'd like to suggest is accept that you can't control everything. When you have a challenge, problem solve the challenge and break it down into manageable pieces. Write down your stresses and worries that you have and then try to problem solve how to do it. I know this is one of the areas that I have a tendency to try out because I have a lot of worries, and when I do write it down, I'm able to kind of work through that and identify how to work through that challenge. Taking care of your mind and thoughts, be mindful. Research suggests that being mindful can assist you to overcome challenges in your life. Sometimes, I know in yoga I learned this, set your thoughts as little white clouds floating through the sky. I really couldn't get into that at first, but I sure do get into that now. Those thoughts that I have, I imagine them in a nice, beautiful white cloud just floating away from me and going far, far away. And you know how clouds are, they can really dissipate into just nothingness, and they turn into water, and they eventually come down in raindrops. So if that's something you can think about if you're having a challenge in your life, is to put that challenge into those white clouds and just let it float away. Meditation is one of the pieces that I think many of us who work in the area of trauma tend to do with people that are struggling with trauma. Meditation and mindfulness is really important because you have to really identify within yourself what it is that is working for you. Mindfulness and meditation will really allow your body to release those feelings and emotions. The earlier presenter talked about how we have a new body. I think she said within a couple weeks. Our eyes are new after so many hours. Our liver regenerates. So cellular memory is really important, and that's one of the things that I do know through trauma, that we do carry a lot of cellular memories from that. And just realizing that our bodies can regenerate and rejuvenate, well, so should our minds. One of the things about trauma is there's a lot of addictions. Within the work that I do, I have a lot of individuals who are utilizing substances to really numb the pain of whatever trauma that they're dealing with or not dealing with. We know psychologically underneath any addiction is trauma, emotion, unresolved grief. There's lots of different layers that come with that. So limit your alcohol use and your drug use, because if you do use any substance, research tells us that you're going to have a very low low. You will have depressive symptoms related to trying to suppress those emotions. So that's one of the tips that I have for self-care. Welcome those opportunities for humor. I have Mr. Burnstick on there, and we also have our Bannock boys in the front here. He could do some humorous things for us later on. Hey, Corey. Humor is a really good way of healing. You know, laughter is good medicine. Our old people know this. There's nothing like a good belly laugh. So really think about those experiences. We know as Indigenous people, through lots of the work that I tend to do, we use humor a lot to really get us through those harder days. So I encourage you to do that. Engage in pleasurable activities. This is a great way to take care of yourself. I personally don't have a pet, and I want one really, really bad. But we had some bad neighbors in Regina, and they called on us, and we had to actually send our dog to the reserve. And we had him for 7 years, and he lived out 14 more years on the reserve. He just passed away this past fall. But my son ended up getting a pet, and I have a grand puppy. People just laugh when I say that, but I have a grand puppy. And, you know, we do know psychologically that pets really improve our mood. If you have a pet in the home, that pet, well, I know some of our traditional teachings, they say that our animals can take that from us if we have pets. And I do know that I just get really excited when I get to spend time every other weekend with my grandpuppy. He makes me really happy. Watch a movie, snuggle in a blanket, journal, make art, tidy a space in your home. Accomplishments, tiny little accomplishments will help you feel good about yourself and help you improve your mood. Pleasurable activities, some things that I would suggest is accept that your feelings are okay. We all have different feelings and different emotions, and I know the earlier presenter talked about trauma and talked about grief, and I know all of you in this room have different feelings that you're going to experience throughout today and later on this evening when you think about the sessions. So I would encourage you to write those feelings down, and you'd be really, you know, if you did that every day for 3 or 4 days, thinking about what you were feeling, you're going to realize what you're really thinking about a lot. And sometimes when people are struggling with depression, they tend to think about a lot of the sad things. And if you recognize over 3 or 4 days that you're still thinking about the sad things, I would suggest that you work really hard on some self-care activities to improve your mood so that you're not ruminating about all of those sad things. Gratitude. This is something that I think is very important for each and every one of us in this room today, is to really think about those things that we're grateful for. I myself have been through a lot of significant traumatic events in my life, and we all are individuals that we recover in different ways from that. And being grateful, even just for opening your eyes in the morning, is very significant. I would suggest, you know, starting a journal and writing down things. When I work with clients, I often start small. I always start small and work big. But at the end of your day tonight, write down one thing that you're grateful for. And I would like to suggest that you try to do that as often as you can. You'd be really, you know, when you're in a low mood and you're not feeling really well, you could go back and you'd be really impressed with the things that you said that you were grateful for, and they're your own personal experience. They're your own lived experience, and you'll be able to really influence your own personal mood by focusing on those things that you're grateful for. So ask your family to share things that they're grateful for. I recently got a jar at my house and I wrote gratitude on it, and anybody that comes over to my house, whether you like it or not, you're writing on a sticky note something that you're grateful for, maybe our friendship, maybe whatever, and I throw it in the jar. And one of the things I'm going to do next year, because I want everybody to do it for a full year, next year I'm inviting everybody to eat, and we're all going to pull those out and talk about the things that people that they were grateful for. And all it was an old jam jar, a mason jar that I had, and I just put gratitude on it and put paper in front of it. So if you come to visit me, you're going to have to write on the gratitude sticky note. Do that in your home. Do that with your family. You'd be really... You'd feel really good about it if you did it with your family. This option encourages you to focus on the strengths in your life at the time rather than focusing on our challenges. Develop a plan with your family to focus on developing a tradition that you might want to do to show gratitude. Some examples that I talk about is cooking together, baking together, volunteering time in your community together to assist. And maybe instead of purchasing cards or gifts at the store, make a card, make a gift. I know I really love homemade things way more than I treasure things that are purchased from the store. It's just more meaningful, and it gives you that opportunity to show your gratitude to somebody. We know self-care consists of that interconnection of physical, mental, spiritual, emotional well-being. And I know in my practice, this is a very important aspect of all of us as individuals. And if we don't take care of one of those areas, we are not a healthy person. Parts of us are missing. This is, I travel a lot, as I said earlier. I would hope that one day that there will be more psychologists that are First Nations in the province of Saskatchewan. I really feel that this is an area of my life that I really do need more colleagues to work with our people. It's important that we as Indian people have other Indian people we can talk to. We have really phenomenal social workers that are available, but we have no other psychologists in the province. At the clinical psychologist level, we do have educational psychologists, and they're working with our children and working on learning difficulties. I'm talking more about the clinical psychologists, and I really hope that some of your children or your children's children become one. Self-care for me is stopping along the way. I travel a lot. This is an area that I did a session on Nikinit, on grief and trauma, and I was driving up to Saskatoon last year actually for the forum that was happening for the missing and murdered Indigenous women, and I stopped. I had no idea of this area, but between Nikinit and Saskatoon there's a road that takes you there, and this beautiful lake was there, and I put down some protocol and prayers for myself on that way. But this is self-care for me, is just taking time out and enjoying the land, because it's really important that we just don't drive by all the time. Take that time. Body awareness. Earlier the presenter talked about different body awareness actions, and you know, our body is stiff and we do react to stress in that way, and it's not healthy. I know that the meditation and the body awareness scans that I included within the presentation today it's a really important exercise to do. We do progressive muscle relaxation within client sessions that I do, and it really does help you release. If you tighten your fist and you release it, you're able to release that tension from your body. And I would really suggest that you attempt to do some of that. Muscle tension is something that we experience in our body. If you have something sore in your body, it's pretty much your body telling you you need to take care of you. I know last week when I was traveling, I had a sore back, and I kept complaining about the sore back, but my body was telling me, hey, slow down, rest, you need to take time. And so really taking care of your body is really important, but your body will tell you when you're not taking care of you. So listen to your body. When your stress is removed, the tension will go away, and I would like to ask, what do you guys do to release your stress? I heard bubble bath, I keep going back to that, but what do you guys do to release your stress? Sewing, yeah, that's a really good activity. Anything else? I can't hear. A hot tub, yes. That's a very good way. Yes. Doing anything that you can. I think water is always healing. If we do have baths, that's a good way of healing. But any way that you can focus on your body to improve your physical tension in your body would really benefit you in the end. We know that chronic muscular tension occurs in people who have tendency to carry stress in their bodies. And if an individual who believes that it's bad to express anger is likely to experience a lot of chronic neck pain. We know that we are taught in particular ways about values and morals that we have when we're growing up. And one of the things that I learned traditionally in my family, for sure, was you don't talk about anything. And you tend to stuff everything. And as a psychologist in my practice, I learned you have to express things, you have to externalize it. But in my family, we were really taught to just not do that. And I know that that's one of the challenges that happens in our communities. Some of the other effects of stress are we have digestion problems, we have limitations in our energy, we have our muscles that block movement, we have weight gain, we have hair loss, we have heart palpitations, we have high blood pressure. High blood pressure is significantly related to stress. So if you have high blood pressure, you really have to decompress and reduce that stress in your life. Some emotional effects of stress are mood swings, anxiety, depression. One of the things I suggest to do is that stress awareness diary, because it gives you an idea of some of the stressful events that you may be happening in your life. And it's just like I said earlier with the feelings. If you track your feelings, you'll be able to look back and see what's on your mind, what's impacting your mood. It's very similar to stress. I often tell people when you wake up in the morning, gauge if you're at a 0 of no stress and 10 a lot of stress. And then at lunchtime, go, are you at a 0 at stress or 10? And then before bed, 0 or 10. And if you recognize that you're anywhere between 7 and 10 on the stress scale, that means that you really need to do some self-care activities and to reduce that stress in your life, because stress will direct ailments in your body. Mindfulness. Much of our stress comes from thinking about the past or worrying about the future. And so mindfulness is a technique that's very popular in the community today of psychology. We think about positive psychology or mindfulness. But I think that's a traditional teaching that we learned, is to just be in this moment right now and be present. And if we focus on that, then we will be much healthier in our body, mind, soul, spirit. Meditating, your attention is focused on the object of the meditation. You want to inhale, you want to exhale, you want to focus on something that quiets your mind, you want to concentrate, you want to be present in the moment. As I mentioned earlier, I got a 5 out of 10 when I was trying to do my meditation, so don't feel bad if you guys don't do well the first couple times, but that's something that I would like to suggest you try and take away from today's session. Meditation gives you the opportunity to relax. It offers you insight, and it will actually cultivate a way of being more harmonious in the relationship of what it is, whether it's nagging or obsessive thoughts, uncomfortable feelings, external stressors, or physical discomfort. Mindfulness will really help you work through things. These are the 2 clips that I provided, the guided progressive muscle relaxation. It's about 10 minutes long. It's in your handout, and if you link to that on YouTube, it's a very good way of really releasing tension in your body. And the next one is a relaxation meditation on YouTube as well. And I really suggest that you pick up one of the handouts and you practice some of that meditation later today. So today, I challenge you all to awaken your spirit by doing something different for self-care. Start small by making it a priority in your life and build it up over time. And encourage your family members to do the same. Self-care can be just staying in your home, having a hot shower or bath, drinking tea, lighting candles, read a good book, listen to music, or to smudge. But I highly encourage you all, I challenge you all, to put yourself first and to take care of yourself for self-care. Thank you for listening. Oh yeah,
Violet. Could I ask Violet to come up here, please?
Take a picture of us.
Which way? Which way?
Oh.
Just kidding.
Who's the next one for? Alan Adam, are you still here? Alan? Oh.
Almost there. I can't tuck in. Suck it in. As best as I can do.
We don't get any close days. With the closing group, some closing was oh, the draws. Okay, this is the time of day where not only are we happy that we survived another day, but there's going to be more draws and just some closing comments, such as thank you everyone for coming out today and being the brave and beautiful people that you are. And we have the amazing Prince Albert Grand Council Women's Commission up here, and I would like to, on behalf of our staff at RITSIS and FHQ, thank PAGC Women's Commission for being the awesome hosts that they've been. Oh no, if I could get Patty, that list of names that I have like it's on the smaller sheet of paper. I've been carrying around this paper all day except for the one time I needed it. It's the list of helpers of PAGC. So to put on a day like today takes some planning, and it takes some efforts of some really great technicians, and our Prince Albert Grand Council staff as well as our Ritzis FHQ staff have done an amazing job. I would like to acknowledge those. So for PAGC, we have Roxanne, well, I'll clap at the end. So we have Roxanne Henderson, Lena Burns, Maria Martin, Nancy McMahon, James Bird, James Ballantyne, George Marasti, Linda O'Soup, Andy Cook, Tina Pelche, Eva Ross, Rebecca Favel, Nolan Henderson. We have from the Ritzis FHQ staff, we have Tessa Denemy, Patty Schuster, Dorothy LaFontaine, and Corey DeGeneru. FSIN staff, we have Kayla Raw. So if it wasn't for these amazing people, we wouldn't have been able to do what we have today. So could we have a round of applause for those staff? We'd once again like to thank the cooks. We'd also like to thank everybody for helping to take the food home so we don't have a whole lot of food left over. We have our next Family Day on June the 28th, 2017. We'll also share with the Prince Albert Grand Council as much information as we can on the day of, on the 3 days next month in Saskatoon. And am I missing anything? Am I missing anything? It's okay, so we're going to do the rest of the draws and then we'll finish off the day with a prayer and another song by Ellen Adam.
Okay. Try and grab somebody that didn't. The first name is Caitlin Sylvester. Caitlin Sylvester. Is she here? Okay. Joanne Whitecap. Cynthia Kaika? Your student? Okay. Okay, his student.
She's my student too. Yeah, now I'm gonna have nice prizes to give. This is for being a good student.
Patrick Lavalle. Yeah. Patrick Lavalle. Yeah, remember, you have to be here to win. Anna Kakaway. Is that you? Anna?
She wants to see the name.
Yeah? Oh! What did he say? Anna. Okay. And Rhonda Pekikakut. Rhonda Pekikakut. Pekikut. Is she here?
Yeah.
Okay. Bingo! Okay. Little kid. Karen, little kid. Keenan. Karen Charles. Here? Okay. Oh, is that you, Karen? Okay, little kid. Little kid. And she won already. Billy Nanine. I think that's what it is. Billy Nanine. No? He's coming? Oh, Billy? Okay. Emily, 02 or 20. Is she here? No. Emily. There's no last name. Just Emily, but there's phone numbers on here. Okay, right there. Then this is the last one.
Okay.
Just wait. There's 3 others over there. The star blanket and the purses. Then Ashley Doucette. Is Ashley Doucette here? Okay. She's here. It's Ashley. Okay. Yeah, bring up the blankets and the purses.
So it's all back in here? No?
No. Not too sure. Just for the blanket, yeah. Now these 2. Now these 2 beautiful purses. Is it Sandy Pitzel?
Sandy, yeah.
Sandy Pitzel. That's Talia. It's Talia? Talia Moore. Right on, Sandy. And the next purse, the black purse, Talia Moran. Talia Moran? Not here?
No?
No. Heather Ballantyne. Woohoo! Okay, now for the star blanket, drum roll. Yeah. Dig deep, Shirley. Dion Dorset. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for attending our event here. And you all have a safe travels home. And we're going to do the closing prayer, and then we'll be all on our way home. And take care, and God bless you all. Thank you all for being here and supporting us.
Okay, everyone, just going to do a song for you, a healing song. We're going to ask our grandmother Bear, Muskwa Sas, to help us with her healing powers and to guide us gently in a good way as we go home. So it won't be long. It's just a quick healing song, and then we'll send you on your way. It also has the prayer as well in there too. So if you can stand up, that'd be really good. And then as I just wish you all a safe trip home. And next time we gather again, hopefully I'll be here to help out again as well too. I really appreciated the invitation today to come down. My students are on their way home already. They won 2 prizes, which is good. So they'll be happy when I see them tomorrow. So everyone, masi cho, masi ja suwa no teo, suwa ja eketutil, e hamasi no leseresisi, masi cho. So just let Grandmother Bear help you. And just let her heal you, and let her gently coax you to walk in a gentle way. So Grandmother Bear is one of the spirit helpers that helps me when we do sweat lodges. She's the one that comes in from the east door. She's the red Grandmother Bear, and she's been in my life most of my life since I was young. And through the hardest times when I needed help, she was there. So I just offer that song for you today and wish you all a safe trip home. Masicho.